This morning, the order of events is slightly different because we are going to be getting straight into our stream on One Health. And thereafter at 9 a.m., we will welcome our keynote speaker. For now, let me just go through the house rules. I want to inform everybody that this webinar is being recorded and the recording will be made available to you at a later stage. At this juncture, I also want to let you know that the program is also being live streamed on YouTube. You can find the link through our social media pages, which is UWC_RDPS on Instagram, on Twitter, which is now called X. Or you can also find the link on the LinkedIn, which is UWC Research Development and Postgraduate Support. Do stream, comment, like, share, and subscribe to the pages. Without wasting much time, though, I'm going to get into the stream one for today, which is on One Health. We know from the World Health Organization that One Health talks about the intricate connectedness between the human, biological, and environmental and ecosystem factors as determinants of health, and how we need comprehensive and integrated, as well as multidisciplinary approaches towards addressing a broad range of health issues in order for us to meet the Sustainable Development Goal 3 on health and wellness. So without wasting much time, our first presenter under the stream One Health today is going to be Ms. Janine Murray. If you are in the room, may you please switch on your camera and begin to share, and I will start to introduce you. Janine Murray is going to be presenting on support programs for parents of children with intellectual disabilities, a scoping review. Janine Murray has a master's degree in Child and Family Studies and is completing her PhD in Child and Family Studies at the University of the Western Cape. Her thesis aims to develop an intervention that provides emotional support to parents of children with intellectual disabilities. Her peer-reviewed publications include research in the areas of self-management, programs, higher education during COVID-19, support programs for parents with intellectual disabilities, for parents with children with intellectual disabilities, and academic leadership in higher education. Janine is currently working in the Department of Research, Development, and Postgraduate Support. She has also presented at international and national conferences and is presently a peer reviewer for certain local and international journals. Janine Murray, over to you. You may kindly share your screen and present. I want to remind you that you have 10 minutes to present, and at the 8th minute, you will see me turn on my camera to signal to you that you have 2 minutes. And at exactly the 10th minute, I will kindly ask you to stop your presentation. Also remember, colleagues, that the chat function is open should you have any questions, as well as the Q&A box. Over to you, Janine.
Good morning, Doctor. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. I just want to find out, can everyone see my screen? Is it presenting?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Okay, so this scoping review is part of my PhD. So it's part of a larger project. That's one of the first phases of my PhD. So I'll be presenting on support programs for parents of children with intellectual disabilities, which is a scoping review. And the co-authors on this paper is my supervisors, who are Prof. Lisa Wegner and Prof. Thuli Mthembu. So just a little background to the study. So intellectual disabilities is a neurodevelopmental disorder. So it begins in childhood and then it continues throughout the life cycle. It is characterized by intellectual difficulties and functioning deficits. So what impact does the intellectual disability have on the family? It has significant challenges, and especially in low and middle income countries. It increases the level of stress and depression on the caregiver. And there is a need for comprehensive support for the child as well as the caregiver or the parent. So the current landscape, there is a growing recognition of the importance of parent support programs. There's also a lack of synthesized knowledge about existing interventions. And there's a gap in understanding program effectiveness, especially in diverse global contexts. So why am I doing this study? I'm doing it because of the lack of comprehensive understanding in parent support programs, for the need for synthesized knowledge about existing interventions, to understand the gap in program effectiveness in the global context, and to align it to the multiple Sustainable Development Goals. So what was the aim of the scoping review? It was to describe, map, and synthesize available literature on support programs. It was to review research methodologies and evidence base, to identify the types of support offered and program characteristics, and to highlight the alignment to the Sustainable Development Goals. So just something about the methodology. So this was a scoping review, and we followed the Joanna Briggs Institute methodology. We searched 5 databases available to UWC. That was PubMed, Medline, Academic Search Complete, SynHull, and Web of Science. And we looked at articles published between 2003 and 2024. So the inclusion criteria were parents of children who had intellectual disabilities between the age of 0 and 18 years. It was studies exploring parent support programs, peer-reviewed articles, and the methodologies we looked at were qualitative, quantitative, and mixed methods. So our final studies included in the study were 40 articles. So looking at the global distribution of these studies, so there were over 14 countries represented. 71% of them were from high-income countries, with only 29% from low to middle-income countries. And the most represented countries were the UK, the USA, and Australia. And this highlights the gap in research for support interventions in lower to middle-income countries. So the settings where these interventions took place and the delivery format. So when we look at the settings, we found that 32% were in rehabilitation or clinical settings, 23% were in community settings, and 13% were online. And the format of delivery also varied. So 53% were group sessions, 33% were mixed sessions, and 13% were individual sessions. There were also diversity in the aims of the programs and as well as the types of support that they offered. When we're looking at the program aims, 35% of them looked at reducing caregiver stress, anxiety, and mental health issues. 33% looked at imparting the skills and knowledge to manage child's behavior. And 33% also looked at improving parent or carer health and well-being. There were 5 types of support that were offered. 88% look at skills development, 88% look at educational support, 75% emotional support, 18% advocacy, and 10% instrumental support. When we look at these results, we can see that advocacy and instrumental support weren't something that really came through in these studies. The programs also had various providers, the format of how the support was offered, and the theoretical underpinnings. The most common type of program providers were clinician-led. This was followed by team-led, peer-led, and then 5% were led by community health workers. When we look at the format of support that these interventions took, there was a 53% were group sessions. So group sessions foster a sense of community and shared experience, allowing parents to connect with others that face similar challenges and to gain support from each other. 33% were mixed sessions, so these combined group and individual sessions, and it offers flexibility and caters to the diverse needs of parents, providing a personalized approach while fostering a sense of belonging. 13% of the studies looked at individual sessions, And the individual sessions provided tailored support, allowing parents to address specific concerns and received personalized guidance. And then I also wanted to look at the theoretical underpinnings of the studies, or if any of the interventions were based on any theory. And when the results indicated that 23% of the studies, which were majority of the studies, didn't actually have a theoretical basis. And then 18% was based on the social learning theory, and then this was followed by the mindfulness approach of with 30% of the studies. So what were the research methodologies used in these studies? So of the included studies, 38% used randomized control trials, 23% were pre-test, post-test designs, and 15% were mixed methods. The sample sizes ranged from 7 to 2,119 participants, with less than 25% of the studies had less than 30 participants. So there were various outcome measures and the results from these studies. 86 different outcome measures were used. The most common was the Depression and Anxiety Stress Scale. 93% included outcomes for parents, and 43% included child outcomes as well. When looking at how they reported on the results in relation to their aims, 73% only reported on the positive results from the intervention. 18% of the studies looked at both the positive or the negative results, and then 10% of the studies did not report on results. So these 10% of the studies, they were either in like the protocol phase or still in the developmental phase, so they didn't really have results to report on. So how does this study align with SDGs? So it looks at goal 3, which is good health and well-being. So the programs focused on enhancing parental well-being and stress. 75% offered emotional support, and 88% provided skills training. There was also an alignment to quality education, which is SDG 4, where programs offered educational support, and this indirectly aided in the child education as well. It also addressed SDG 10, reduced inequalities. Of the studies, there were 29% of studies from low to middle income countries, and this highlighted the gap in research. And then there's a need for more programs in resource-constrained settings. There's also an alignment to SDG 17, which is partnerships for the goals. And this shows the importance of peer-led and community health worker-led programs and the potential to strengthen community collaborations. So what were some of the key findings? There's a diversity in program structure, modalities, and providers. There was a predominance in clinician-led programs and a focus on skills development and educational support. There's also limited representation in lower to middle income countries in research, and we need a trend towards more rigorous studies such as randomized control studies. And there were a wide range of outcome measures used. So what are the implications of practice? The study showed that there's a need for more research in program development, especially in lower middle income countries, to incorporate advocacy and instrumental supporting programs, and to develop more peer-led and community health worker-led programs, and for standardized outcome measures for better comparability and a focus on more long-term follow-up studies. And the implications for research is to develop an integrated theoretical framework for parent support programs in ID, to conduct larger sample size studies with randomized control studies and longitudinal designs, and to implement implementation science to understand the barriers and facilitators for scaling up programs, and to explore the reciprocal relationship between parent and child outcomes. So some of the limitations of the study, there was a language bias because we only looked at English publications, and our inability to conduct meta-analysis due to the heterogeneity of outcomes and designs, and the exclusion of grey literature and unpublished program evaluations. So in conclusion, parent support interventions have a significant potential benefit for parents of children with intellectual disabilities. The current scoping review provides a comprehensive overview of what the current landscape of parent support programs look like and its components. This study included a broad range of study designs and the global scope of the review in both low and middle income countries and in high income countries. Gives a global scope of the review, which are strengths that contribute to its applicability. So just to reiterate, so in the future, there needs to be a focus on programs for lower to middle income countries, more comprehensive support types, and rigorous evaluation and long-term follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray, for that insightful presentation. You went slightly above my time, but I'll forgive you. I think your a systematic review really highlights pertinent gaps about the subject matter, particularly within low to middle income countries. I think it was very interesting that only 29% of the research is in low to middle income countries, meaning that bulk of the interventions that we use to support people with intellectual disabilities are informed by high income settings. So I'm interested maybe later on as to how do you see those interventions being packaged here in light of the language and cultural issues that are within our context. But the chat function is opened as well as the Q&A. I will allow the colleagues to gather their thoughts about your presentation. Please don't go anywhere. Our next, maybe you can unshare your presentation, and then we move on to the next individual on our program, who is Ms. Casey Buerta, who will be presenting to us on pharmacological and psychosocial interventions for late adolescents with ADHD in South Africa, a systematic review. For those of you that don't know, ADHD is attention deficit hypersensitivity disorder. While you share your presentation, Ms. Casey Buerta is an academic coordinator in the Department of Research Development and Postgraduate Support. She holds a master's degree in psychology from the University of the Western Cape, obtained in 2022, and is currently pursuing her PhD. In addition to her academic role, Ms. Buerta is registered as a research psychologist with the Health Professionals Council of South Africa. Ms. Buerta, over to you. A reminder, you have 10 minutes to present. At the 8th minute, I will turn on my camera as a signal to you that you have 2 minutes left. Please take it away.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present at the 2024 Research Week. Just before I continue, I just want to double check that you can actually see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So today I'll speak to pharmacological and psychosocial interventions for late adolescents with ADHD within the South African context, and this was a systematic review. Those are the names of my co-researchers. However, I will be presenting on behalf of the team. There we go. So attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, commonly known as ADHD, is characterized as a neurodevelopmental disorder within the DSM-5 and is characterized by a persistent pattern of inattention, hyperactivity, impulsivity that interferes with functioning or development. ADHD tends to begin in childhood with a prevalence in most cultures of around 5% and a prevalence of around 2.5% in adults. It is largely persistent into late adolescence with important risk factors, including family history and the severity of the disorder. The ADHD of combined type tends to persist well into late adolescence, and it presents presenting a challenge for mental health care providers who work with adolescents and adults, and as the associated challenges simply do not disappear with age. And that's a common assumption that the older you get, if you were presented with ADHD as a child, the older you get, it disappears or it goes away. That's simply not the case. It's an assumption. So psychosocial interventions are offered to individuals with ADHD. However, individuals with moderate or severe symptoms are prescribed with medication as well. So the primary objective of treating ADHD is to provide relief for symptoms, and this is followed by continued improvement in symptom management and decreased impairment in daily functioning. And this ultimately leads to optimal performance as an individual. So the aim of this systematic review was to review the different ADHD interventions used by late adolescents, the mixed methods appraisal tool and a measurement tool to assess systematic reviews was used to critically appraise the methodological quality of the studies within this review. We aimed to review the pharmacological and psychosocial interventions on late adolescents with ADHD, as well as critically appraise the methodological quality of the literature. So with regards to the methods, the preferred reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis, commonly known as PRISMA for all my researchers here today. This framework was used as a guide for the systematic review. The University of the Western Cape's online library database system, commonly known as QUASI, provided access to the various electronic databases. The databases that we accessed via QUASI and through which we retrieved articles included PubMed, Elsevier, EBSCOhost. We also used Google Scholar, but this was more for reference mining for text articles. With regards to the inclusion criteria, we only included articles that were peer-reviewed, written in English or provided in English and published between 2013 and 2023. With regards to the exclusion criteria, we excluded any articles that did not provide information on ADHD, pharmacological and psychosocial interventions for this cohort. The Covidence software was used to manage the screening process. All three screening phases were conducted within the software, and ethical approval was retrieved from the research committee at the University of the West. So with regards to the fun part, we had 5,155 RIS files that were imported into Covidence with 1,433 duplicates. This was automatically removed. The initial abstract screening of 3,722 articles were taken within Covidence. 155 articles were deemed relevant and were retained for full text screening. This process resulted in 11 articles remaining included in the study. So with regards to the findings, the 11 articles had diverse research design. So this covered your systematic reviews, your qualitative and quantitative studies. The population for the 11 articles focused on adolescents and adults only. The ADHD interventions presented in these 11 articles looked at in terms of psychosocial interventions, behavioral therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, parental psychoeducation, and mindfulness therapy, as well as neurocognitive training and neurofeedback. This also included exercises and the effects of caffeine use and the role of dietary interventions in the treatment of ADHD. In terms of pharmacological interventions, it looked at or presented both stimulant and non-stimulant medication, as well as the use of cannabis use. The study verified that the effectiveness of stimulant medication for successful management of ADHD symptoms for this cohort. In addition, the effectiveness of psychosocial measures, and particularly when used in conjunction with ADHD medications, was found. The findings point to a deficit of research relating to late adolescents with ADHD within the South African context. So what we also found that a lot of the articles either focused on children, adolescents, so your 12 to 15, and adults. So there was that missing gap of the 16, 17, 18, and 19. It was quite hard to find studies that purely focused on this group. Then in conclusion, the management of ADHD in late adolescence requires a multifaceted approach, and that includes pharmacological and psychosocial interventions. In South Africa, the context presents with unique challenges and opportunities for the management of ADHD, and this is influenced by socioeconomic factors, cultural factors, and the healthcare system. Addressing the unique challenges within the South African context, such as access to medication, availability of qualified therapists, and cultural sensitivity is crucial for effective treatment. A multidisciplinary collaboration among healthcare providers, educators, and families is essential to optimize outcomes for adolescents with ADHD. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Casey Botha. You were actually way ahead of time. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I'm going to keep the questions that you may have for Ms. Bertha for the end of the One Health session. For now, I want to hand over to Professor Singh to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. T, and very good morning to our audience. We are actually at day 4 of UWC Research Week 2024, and it is my pleasure to chair and also introduce our keynote speaker for this morning. It has been an exciting 4 days, well, 3 days and into our 4th day, and we're looking forward to our keynote speaker and her presentation. And I'd just like to say in introducing her that Prof. Julia Slot-Nielsen is an emeritus professor at the Faculty of Law at UWC, having retired after 2 decades in 2021. She has published widely on various aspects of children's rights and was awarded an NRF-A rating in 2021. She has also a number of she was also published on aspects of children's rights as well, and she was member and vice chair of the African Committee on Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child from 2011 until 2016, and she continues to work extensively with the committee, serving inter alia on its working group on children's rights and business. She has worked on child law in many African countries, including most recently in Nigeria and Ethiopia. And she was a member of the drafting committee that prepared the Children's Act of 2025 and the Child Justice Act of 2027. So we would like to welcome our keynote speaker for today. Prof, we are looking forward to listening to you, and I'd like to invite you to put your presentation on the screen as well as your mic and speaker, and we're looking forward to hearing from you. And thank you so much for joining us. I know you are abroad, and we appreciate that you have joined us this morning. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Professor Singh. It's a great pleasure to be here and to speak to you on a topic that I'm currently seized with in several respects, as you will hear at the end of my presentation. So, putting up my slides on screen. You will see that the topic of my presentation that you've really already alluded to is on business and children's rights in Africa. By way of introduction, my presentation is based on a study that I conducted for the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child in 2022 and 2023, which you can find the full study has published on the website of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. It is quite voluminous, more so than was expected. It's around 140 pages. So I'm just giving a summary of it today and alluding to what has happened subsequently and also how we went about our study. I was joined in the study by a person who was then a colleague of mine, Dr. Omo Abe, whose expertise lies in the field of business and human rights. My expertise, as Professor Singh has mentioned, is concentrated on children's rights and the African context. So my presentation commences with an overview of the contextual background to the impact of business upon children's rights, followed by a brief discussion of the relevant legal and institutional framework, bearing in mind that I come from the law faculty, and then a sectorial review of various sectors in which business is active. And here, Dr. Omo and I divided up the sectors. We cover more sectors in the full report than those that I will cover here today. But in short, we chose to look at mining, energy, oil and gas, business and agriculture, fisheries or aquaculture, transport, the pharmaceutical industries, tourism, construction, media and advertising. And at the behest of the committee, we were directed to not leave out the informal sector. We all know how children work in the informal sector. We can see it in various markets. Children used as hawkers in Cape Town, for instance, and in various parts of Africa, children work extensively in the informal sector, oftentimes for their parents or their families, as we will see. Then there's a section in the report that deals with remedies, one that needs to be elaborated further by me in the coming days. Remedies being what can be done when there is a human rights or child rights violation to fix the matter, to give the child and or his family access to justice. This is a very new and developing area of work for academics, but also for practitioners, lawyers who bring in lawsuits against MNCs, multinational corporations. Then my final slide will give an update and conclusion. Now, firstly, it must be acknowledged that businesses can be enormously beneficial for the furtherance of children's rights. One can think of corporate social responsibility programs, often initiated by multinational corporations, such as the IKEA Foundation, the Lumos Foundation of J.K. Rowling, which do enormous good to promote and develop children's rights. Businesses are also involved extensively, as we will see just now, in due diligence assessments of their practices to minimize the impact of human and or children's rights violations upon clients, neighbors, persons working for the business. One has practices related to risk management that businesses undertake, again, to mitigate any adverse impact their operations may have. We have examples, good examples of businesses institutionalizing sustainable practices and ethical codes of conduct. And just generally, businesses are crucial to contribute to the economic development, which ultimately benefits children insofar as there is more financial wherewithal available for health development, for education development, for social security development, and so forth. So one must not gainsay the very positive role that businesses can and do and must play in children's rights furtherance. At the same time, across Africa, there are images and stories of children being exploited in various sectors. Mining is one, particularly artisanal mining in places like Madagascar, the DRC, and even to some extent, we've read some news reports of children being involved in illegal mining in South Africa. Children being exploited in tourism, children being exploited in the agricultural sector, including, relevant to Africa, in tea plantations, and particularly in cocoa plantations, the cocoa being used in the manufacture of chocolate and chocolate derivatives, which are consumed all over the world. Children are sometimes used in manufacturing industries, garment making. There are impacts on children's rights in the advertising and marketing industries, and also in relation to general labor services. And the implication of children in these activities puts them at heightened risks of lack of food, lack of shelter, no access to clean water, denial of education rights, and many other potential violations of their human rights. And just a few examples. In the technology industry, children remain at risk of exploitation and abuse online, with online interactions often programmed or adapted to serve in an addictive manner to draw children into their reach. In the food and advertising sector, children are often targets of the advertisement of unhealthy foods and sugary drinks. For the girl child, participation in some advertising activities engenders gender-based stereotyping. Children have been and are exposed to long-lasting and dangerous adversity occasioned by business activities, such as a result of mining, oil spills, and gas flares. And here our report was enormously assisted by Dr. Omar's in-depth knowledge of such occurrences in Nigeria, his home country. Indirectly, children's rights are also implicated when their caregivers are paid subpar wages or subjected to adverse working conditions, long days on the fields, picking crops, for instance, with inadequate attention to childcare facilities, necessitating them to take their children with them to the fields, or where caregivers are simply not supported or enabled to work and fulfill their parental responsibilities. In the full report, we do give examples not only of indirect violations of rights, but also of positive practices where companies have addressed the situation of caregivers in relation to their wages, their working conditions, or support to enable them to fulfill parental responsibilities. Further to the context, in a recent ILO report 2020, which was compiled in the margins of the World Congress on Child Labor held in Durban, it was found that about 40 million girls and 52 million boys were involved in child labor on the African continent at the beginning of 2020, which constitutes an increase of 20 million children simply during the previous 4 years. This also means that there are now more children in child labor in Africa than in the rest of the world combined. In the 1990s, we were alerted to the prevalence of child labor in Asia. Children working in the gold industry in India, children sewing carpets, children in the garment industry in Bangladesh. That image has now been completely surpassed by the incidence of child labor in Africa. A further part of the contextual framework is that child labor is often an emotive topic, particularly regarding the distinction between permissible child work, children delivering milk, children delivering newspapers to earn a little bit of pocket money, and on the other hand, harmful labor. One must also allude to the issue of children's agency. And I would like to point out that as part of the study, I conducted a day's workshop with working children in 8 different African countries, all at the same time in different time zones, with varying levels of internet access. But children from Uganda, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Senegal, Nigeria, just to cite a few of the countries that I remember. And these children explain how they want to and have to work to fund their schooling, to fund their food, or to contribute to the well-being of their families. So there is the issue of children's agency to consider when they are faced with choices based on hardship. Ultimately, it's no secret that the incidence of child labor is rooted in deep-seated underdevelopment, lack of economic opportunity, and poverty. A further important contextual issue is the fact that 70 of the 100 largest economic entities in the world are not governments. They are companies. And this is all the more the case in Africa, where MNCs, multinational companies, are frequently far more economically powerful than governments themselves. Importantly, traditionally, businesses are not bound by human rights treaties. Human rights treaties are signed up to by states, member states, and businesses are a little bit of a fourth wheel on the car here because they are not bound by human rights treaties. There are shifts in this regard, but they are very slow, and it's not clear whether there will be an eventual outcome to this. An open-ended intergovernmental working group on transnational corporations and other business enterprises with respect to human rights was established in 2014, a full decade ago, in response to a Human Rights Council resolution. This intergovernmental working group had a mandate to elaborate an international legally binding instrument to regulate in international law the activities of transnational corporations and other business enterprises. For me, it's difficult to conceptualize how an intergovernmental working group can develop an instrument that will be legally binding on businesses, but it remains to be seen what comes out of that process. My latest visit to the website of the Human Rights Council in relation to this intergovernmental working group did not reveal any great progress at all. And the last entry was, I think, 3 years ago. Now, the ILO defines child labor as work that deprives children of their childhood, their potential, and their dignity, and that is harmful to physical and mental development. Just so that we can be clear what it is we are talking about. Turning to the normative framework, in the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the Regional Children's Rights Treaty, which has now been ratified by 51 member states of the African Union, that is 51 out of 55, including South Africa. The first premise is to look at the 4 general principles which are cross-cutting in relation to every single issue covered in the Charter, whether it be refugee children, whether it be children in armed conflict, or in the instance that we are talking about, child labor and protection from economic exploitation. These 4 general principles are first, non-discrimination, clearly implicated with child labor, where some children don't go to school, some children involved in child labor are having other rights compromised, non-discrimination. The second general principle is the best interests of the child, which are not served by children working at too early an age and often in very hazardous forms of employment. Mining is an obvious example. The third general principle is the right to survival, life, and development. And clearly we have obvious examples of children's development being compromised due to their involvement in child labor from too young an age. The final principle relates to the participation of children, their right to express their views. And I've already alluded to the importance of this in the child labor context, where children explain that they have to work, they do not have an option that is viable as an alternative. Obviously, there are also other rights in the Charter that are implicated, such as the right to health, the right to education, and then the state's duty to provide assistance to parents to fulfill their child rearing duties. Apologies for the typo there. Continuing with the normative framework, the important 2011 so-called Ruggie principles, named after Professor John Ruggie of Harvard, the guiding principles on business and human rights, based on 3 core pillars. the obligation of states to prevent human rights violations, which states do in a multiplicity of ways, for instance, in environmental legislation, in mining legislation, in legislation regulating industries such as advertising, and so forth. Prevent. Second, the responsibility of corporations, companies, to uphold human rights in their activities and improve access to victims for effective remedies, encompassing both judicial and non-judicial avenues for human rights violations. This could include complaints mechanisms, complaints to a human rights commission, complaints to some other authority. These are non-judicial avenues, such as a broadcasting commission or an advertising authority or a tourism body. These are all, these three, prevention, upholding human rights, and access to remedies, are also all avenues that are under increasing academic and practical scrutiny. Then, on the margins of the Ruggie principles, there are the UNICEF, Save the Children, and UN Global Compact's set of 10 principles on children's rights and business. And I've given you the URL where you can access these 10 principles. I'll just give you a few examples. One would be for corporations to meet their responsibility to respect children's rights. 2, for businesses to contribute to the elimination of child labor, including in all business activities and business relationships, downstream business relationships. Provide decent work for young workers, parents, and caregivers. Ensure the protection and safety of children in all business activities and facilities. I've just given 4 of the 10 principles. You can go and read up the others on the website that I have given. Now, to relate to the theme of this research week at UWC, the important SDG target is target 8.7, which is a commitment to eradicating child labor by 2025. What the ILO report of 2020 and subsequent developments post-COVID, for example, have revealed is that this target will not be reached in 2025. Far from it. There's been a huge backslide in the last almost 10 years. There is also a general comment, which is a kind of like an essay guidance from the Committee on the Rights of the Child, the Geneva Committee, general comment number 16 of 2013, on state obligations regarding the impact of the business sector on children's rights. And this general comment is directed not at businesses, but at what states must do to ensure that businesses do not impact adversely on children's rights. Normatively, importantly, there are 2 main ILO, International Labour Organization, conventions on child labor: the Minimum Age Convention of 1973 and the 1999 Convention on the Elimination of the Worst Forms of Child Labor. Then there are various regional guidelines, particularly those developed by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Then there's also the UN Global Compact, established under Kofi Annan in 2005, which supports companies to do business responsibly by aligning their strategies with the 10 principles on human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption. And these you can check out on the UN Global Compact website, as also seeing which companies have signed up to this compact, which is voluntary. Turning very briefly to the sectors we covered in our report, the extractive sector I've already referred to. Between 1970 and 2000, there were about 7,000 oil spills in the Niger Delta, glass flaring, which led to a huge loss of biodiversity and the corruption of previously productive agricultural land. There are grey reports from organizations like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch about the dreadful use of children in mining in Madagascar. All of us are complicit in the fact that we all probably have a cell phone, and the materials that are mined by children as young as 7 years old in Madagascar are crucial in the manufacture of cell phones. About 47% of Malagasy children between the ages of 5 and 7 years were engaged in some form of child labor, of whom 86,000 were involved in the mining sector. Agriculture. Children's use of labor is very prominent in supply chains relating to cocoa, I've already mentioned, and tea. In fact, when I was writing the report, I discovered that my favorite brand of tea is in fact implicated in the use of child labor, or is riddled with unregulated working hours, creating additional care burdens for parents. Children are frequently involved in family-run agricultural businesses, small holdings. So they are downstream in supply chain, and seldom, or to a much lesser extent, are children implicated in commercial agricultural endeavors. There's overwhelming cases of lack of child protection from violence and exploitation where they work in family-run businesses. There are incidents of poor living conditions in informal settlements, child labor and trafficking. Poverty impacts children in the cocoa-growing communities, for instance, in Côte d'Ivoire. It restrains families' capacity to pay for school, healthcare, to purchase food, and invest in sustainability of their farms. Girls are affected by inadequate education and the huge burden of fetching firewood and water. One of the positive examples that we cite, I think it's a positive example in our report, relates to a Dutch chocolate producer called Tony's Chocolonely. And the measures they've taken, not entirely successful, but measures over many years to try and eliminate child labor in the cocoa supply chain by innovative measures such as giving these smallholder farmers 5-year contracts so that they have a secure income for 5 years and can reinvest in their small holdings and not be dependent on a hand-to-mouth existence, which then leads them to use child labor, their own children. Many children under 18 work in hazardous conditions on tobacco farms in Zimbabwe, and none of the tobacco companies prohibit children from all contact with tobacco, including handling dried tobacco. Fisheries and agriculture, aquaculture are regarded by the ILO as highly hazardous for children. As they can drown, they miss their education, and they have long, difficult hours of work. They may dive without any protective gear, putting them at high risk for injury or death. In the Lake Volta region in Ghana, children are victims of forced labor. They're controlled by fishermen through intimidation, violence, and limited access to food. Boys as young as 5 are trafficked into working in hazardous positions, while girls perform work on the shore, cooking and cleaning and preparing fish for the market. Travel and tourism includes people who set up orphanages, which have huge payrolls, attracting overseas visitors for work, so-called voluntourism. Most recent example of this form of trafficking in children was an American couple operating in Kenya about a month ago. Tourism hotspots have been identified in places like Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, Tanzania, Zanzibar, and children can be involved in commercial sexual exploitation. Further instances of child labor linked to travel and tourism include children selling postcards or tickets or SIM cards, shoeshine boys, dishwashers, and delivery boys. Informal sector, almost all working children in sub-Saharan Africa aged 10 to 14, 99%, work in the informal sector. An example is the Taliban children living in residential daras, which are religious schools across Senegal. And there's actually a communication that was brought to the African Committee relating to the Senegalese Taliban. They're forced by hundreds of Quranic teachers or marabouts to beg daily for money, food, rice, or sugar. They live in extremely adverse conditions and have no future, as they are never taught any literacy or mathematical skills at all. Child labor in Egypt has been common over the years, especially street-based child workers. In Morocco, it's common for girls under 16 to perform domestic work. And the Quranic school phenomenon in West Africa extends from Senegal to Nigeria, to Guinea, Benin, and this is noted in that third bullet. I'm going to skip advertising and the social media. Save to note, that's my next slide, that this requires a completely different set of regulations and regulators to ensure, for example, that child sexual abuse images are taken down by the regulatory authorities. Domestically, all countries in Africa have labor laws which set a minimum age for admission to employment and contain many other relevant standards, such as hours of work. But enforcement is very weak and underfunded universally on the continent. Policing of the informal sector is notoriously ineffective and is largely based on criminalization, rounding up children that are begging and moving them somewhere else. It's not effective at all. In addition to labor laws, there are many other sectoral laws that are implicated, and I've alluded to some of these. Environmental laws, laws relating to media, laws relating to sexual exploitation, like the Sexual Offences Act, etc. And there's a huge array of monitoring and complaints mechanisms, some of which are also reliant on voluntary signing up. The regulatory environment that is emerging includes, and this is a very recent development in the last 2 years, the development by states of national plans on businesses and human rights. There was actually a conference on this held in Maputo in Mozambique 18 months ago. But so far, only Nigeria, Uganda, and Kenya in Africa have actually finalized their business and human rights plans. Globally, mention must also be made of the proliferation of statutes, new statutes, you can see the dates there, mandating companies to conduct due diligence to ensure that child labor is nowhere prevalent in the supply chain. These are just 3 examples of legislation in Europe. One I'm most familiar with is the Dutch Child Labor Due Diligence Law, die Wet Zorgplicht Kinderarbeid, which requires companies selling goods or services to Dutch consumers to identify and prevent child labor, so very proactive. And this is following an international trend in this regard. The law covers all companies that sell or supply goods to Dutch end users, so in any shop in the Netherlands, including companies registered outside the Netherlands. The AU has several important programs, one of which is quite recent, in the first bullet, and the intention is to accelerate progress towards the achievement of AU Agenda 2063. There are various programs which established a continental response to combating child labor, developed by, for instance, the Directorate of Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development of the AU. So I come towards the end of my presentation. The African Committee established a working group on children's rights in business. It's in 2020 to promote an integrated approach to child rights involvement in business practices and address challenges. The output so far has been a resolution, amongst others, on the regulation of the informal business sector to ensure enhanced protection of children's rights in April 2024. Guidelines on child rights due diligence in the agricultural sector, I'm busy developing at the moment, a bit slowly because I don't know anything about agriculture. There are various advocacy initiatives like media releases on key commemoration days, Day of the African Child, World Day Against Child Labor. There is the resolution on the integration of a child rights-based approach in the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. I'm busy working on a policy brief on remedies for victims of corporate-induced child rights violations. And there are plans of the working group, it's quite small, we're only 3 people, to conduct regional workshops if there is funding, and also potentially fact-finding missions in identified countries. My conclusions are, sadly, and I did actually shed some tears when I prepared my report due to the horrible conditions that some children labor under, is that the deteriorating economic environment in many parts of Africa, including Nigeria, Ethiopia, and so forth, coupled with the lack of employment possibilities, chronic underemployment, is reversing the gains made in reducing child labor. And then also that strengthening state accountability to, for instance, the Committee on the Rights of the Child or the African Committee of Experts only goes so far due to the fact that businesses are not bound by human rights treaties. So really the only viable possibility is the existence and building of voluntary mechanisms such as the UN Global Compact that I alluded to. On that rather sad note, I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for your very, very insightful presentation. And it has also enlightened this audience, and I'm hoping that also a broader audience that would listen, on our various platforms to this very, very important aspect that you've raised, and that is the impact of business on children's rights. We really appreciate that, and I can see the audience is also, thanking you for that presentation. And before I will just get the comments and the questions in the chat, and then you can address them as we go along. But I just want to firstly commend you for a lifetime of work that you've actually put into this area. It's really a commitment, and it's also to create that awareness. And also we can see across the world, across the continent, the laws are in place and being amended and adjusted accordingly as the years go by. But I was also saddened by the fact that the strides that we make can be cancelled so quickly and easily by circumstances that come around. And therefore we always need to have our, we need to always have our finger on the pulse of what is going on in terms of children's rights. And I think you alluded quite a bit to the labor issues across, all over. So I'm going to just quickly look at some of the questions that are there for you, and then I'm going to relay them to you. We've got some comments as well, so just give me a moment. Okay. So Jane, you have indicated quite a number of comments, especially highlighting the relationship between corporate operations and children's rights, and how business practices can have a significant impact on the welfare, safety, and development of children. And Africa indeed presents a distinct context for this topic, considering its economic diversity amongst others. And although the laws in Africa may be inadequate, enforcement of existing laws remains an issue. And I think, Prof, you also alluded to that quite significantly. So the question is, how can local communities collaborate with businesses to ensure that children's rights are respected? And also, what accountability mechanisms can be strengthened? So, Prof, how can local businesses collaborate with local communities collaborate with businesses, and work collectively? And what kind of accountability mechanisms can we put in place? So while you're handling that question, Prof, I'll look at the others and get back to you as soon as you're done.
Thank you for that question, Jane. I think there are good practices throughout the continent of local communities being involved and consulted as businesses start or deepen or extend their operations. Equally, there are unfortunately plenty of examples where the local community is not involved in any form of collaboration. And one of the examples that we use in our report is the building and the construction of a dam in northern Uganda, which resulted in communities being evicted, losing their homes, losing access to their agricultural land, and ultimately their livelihood. This is clearly not the way to foster collaboration. I think accountability can be achieved in a number of ways. This is what organizations such as the Global Child Forum, which was started by the Queen of Sweden about 15 years ago. They actually held their annual conference in Pretoria about 5 or 6 years ago that I attended. And this is a form of, again, voluntary accountability where businesses kind of sign up and then produce reports annually on how they have fared and on a number of levels, indicators, one might call them. And there's a wealth of information available on the website of the Global Child Forum. However, when I was in contact with them in preparing my report, they informed me that while they had a lot of information on other regions in the world, they had no information on nor contact with multinational corporations operating in Africa whatsoever, with the exception of a couple of hotel chains. That's one form of accountability, is the voluntary dimension of it, which is also evident in the UN Global Compact, where businesses say, we sign up, we will do this, we will do our due diligence, and we will report, we will be transparent. The other form of accountability is the harsher form, which is the question of remedies that I alluded to. And this, as I said, I'm busy working on, we haven't really started yet, but I'm going to. The question of various forms of action that can be taken to secure justice for affected communities, which can extend from actions for damages under the law of tort. It can extend to actions to make companies clean up their mess, so-called remediation, which in the Nigerian context apparently has not worked, despite court findings from courts as far afield as London and America. So it's an unruly horse to ride, accountability, and it also goes on for a very long time. I mean, in the South African context, we are still dealing with Marikana and compensation, which obviously affects the children of those that were killed, and children's rights. So it's an expensive process, and unfortunately it requires the involvement of lawyers which means it is not really within the hands of local communities to organize for themselves. So this is one of the big questions around business and human rights, business and children's rights, is accountability.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that. And we have Jabulani Chitanga in the chat indicating that I'm involved in farming in Zimbabwe, and often families we invite to help bring their children to maximize on the income and the food we give as lunch. So those are some of the, factors on the ground as well. Then another question from I think it's Eva Modley, Desiree Eva Modley, who says that, may I ask what are the stats of child labor in South Africa, Prof? Maybe if you can just allude to just generally what are some of the stats regarding child labor in Africa and in South Africa. And then another question for you is, where are we going wrong and what are we not doing right? We have all the mines, oil, agriculture, construction, fisheries, yet poverty rate is high, unemployment rate is high, and among young adults. Why use children? So I think that's, the question that we've been asking as well. There's unemployment all around. Why do we use children and why do we exploit them? So if you can just allude to that a bit, Prof, the stats and why the use of children.
Thank you, Prof. Well, in relation to Jabulani's intervention, Zimbabwe is, of course, experiencing extreme poverty in many places at the moment and for many years now. And so it's kind of on a human level understandable that families will bring their children to maximize profits and to maximize access to food. So therefore, the remedy is not to have labor inspectors or not necessarily, and various other harsh measures, but to ensure the general upliftment of the community economically so that families don't have to do this. There are different agencies promoting different programs, but I think the central one for the continent and for South Africa is some form of social protection, what we know as a basic income grant or a child support grant, so that children don't have to be sent out to the fields to work. Also, complementary to prohibitions on child labor is the exhortation that children must go to school. But then, of course, schooling must be free. They must have access to transport to get to school, and they must not have to pay for extra classes, for school uniforms, because that kind of defeats the purpose. Many children then drop out. As regards Eva's question about stats in South Africa, I've always been, for many years, of the opinion that there's actually a very low incidence of child labor formally in formal businesses in South Africa. And I haven't done this recently, but one could go and check out the annual report of the Department of Labor. We do have a minimum age of admission to employment. We have extensive regulations on the kind of work, if children are employed, they may not do. But the issue is not in the formal sector. The issue is where child labor is hidden. For instance, we know child labor has been used on farms in Limpopo and in Mpumalanga. Sometimes children have even been trafficked from other countries, Mozambique, Ethiopia, Malawi, to work on those farms. And that is completely under the radar. So too, children's work in the informal sector. That is not captured on formal data in official government reports. So the incidence is, in short, rather unknown. Where are we going wrong? Why use children? I think one underestimates the extent of poverty on the continent, the lack of opportunities for alternatives, and children are cheap. You don't have to comply with minimum wage standards in most parts of the continent. You don't have to comply with any other rules and regulations, like these are your working hours. One of the boys that I spoke to in my consultation has to work 4 days a week so that he can go to school 1 day a week. And the work he does is he makes bricks, which is very arduous physical labor. He was 15 in Uganda. And every time it rains, his bricks melt. And then he's got to start all over again, so that by the end of the day, he can get 20 or 30 bricks to sell so that he can go to school 1 day a week. So why use children? Because they can do the work more cheaply than adults, and are not subject to the same level of unionization, collective action, and so forth. I hope that gives some background.
Thank you, Prof. And Eva has also said thank you for your response. And I must say that all the comments have also indicated that they're very grateful for your presentation and to, creating that awareness. We do have Prof. Chikere from University of Port Harcourt in Nigeria, who is online and also a mother. And she says, great presentation, Prof. Please, is it right to use our girl children below the age of 18 as caregivers and carers at home, as working and career mothers? And she says, I'm a mother of 4 children, 15, 12, 11, and 6, and I leave them in the care of the eldest, being a girl, when they are on vacation. Is this right within the Children's Rights Acts? Prof?
That is an interesting question. You will recall that I had one slide where I showed you the ILO definition of child labor, which is work that is harmful or interferes with the child's dignity or education. So first part of your question was that Ms. Chikera was talking about this being done in the school holidays. So therefore, at face value, it's not interfering with education, nor is it hazardous, particularly, unless the other younger children get up to some really naughty things. So potentially, it is not regarded as child labor, but rather as child work. And now here I must allude to a very important article in the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, which is Article 31. One does not find Article 31, or the content of it, in the Global Children's Rights Treaty, the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And it is a peculiarly African provision which talks about the responsibility or the duties of the child. And these would be responsibilities towards the family, towards the community, and towards the nation, which is part of the African ethos, that you're not just a taker of human rights, but you also have certain obligations, even as a child. And of course, the closer to 18, the closer you are to adulthood. And it's widely considered that children in Africa are inculcated into adulthood by learning responsibilities and skills, which could include husbandry of crops, which could include herding of animals, or which could include minding of children. So what your correspondent from Port Harcourt is alluding to seems to me, at face value, to fall squarely within the conception of responsibilities articulated in Article 31 of the Charter.
Prof, Jane is also saying that I'm writing an article on child marriage, and she is arguing for a needs-based approach to, to address normative resistance in child marriage. And she's wondering if a needs-based approach can be effective in addressing the intersection of business and children's rights in Africa. And she wants you to share your thoughts on that.
I think Jane is going to have to communicate with me offline or privately, because I need to read the article and what the argument is. Yes, I was at a conference last week where one of the arguments was that this idea that there's a minimum age of child marriage of 18 must be more fluid. I didn't like the presentation at all, but I would need to see where Jane is coming at this issue from. So Jane, please feel free to email me. You can get my email address from your husband.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And I think we've addressed all the comments and the questions. And I also have one for you, Prof.
Yes.
It's a final one. And, you spoke about children's rights and how they are used in child labor across various sectors. You touched on mining and agriculture, media, a whole range of sectors. And I just wanted to, for you to discuss the aspect of all these different use of children in these different sectors has a significant impact on the health of children. Immediately when they're engaged in various different activities, but also exposure like the mines, etc., over their lifetime. So, and we know that many of the children who are affected or have health risks as a result of child labor, their access to healthcare is through primary healthcare, like clinics and government kind of healthcare. So I want you to round off today's session by indicating to us, how do you feel business? How can they come in, and provide solutions to such vulnerable children, especially when their health is affected?
Well, there's actually substantial portions of our full report that delve into the health aspects. And as you correctly point out, it's not just in relation to child labor. The gas flares, the oil spills, the soot in Nigeria provide an example of seriously environmentally damaging health concerns. It's not the only example. One has an example of a mine in Kitwe in Zambia, northern Zambia, which has been the subject of litigation. It's an Anglo-American mine. I'm saying that very quietly, but it is a public record that there is a huge lawsuit that has been brought regarding the health implications of poison in what's been left behind. The mine hasn't been in use for 20 years, but has lasting health consequences, very lasting, on stunting, on brain development, on asthma, etc., etc. So far, to the best of my knowledge, I've been trying to track it. The lawsuit against the company mentioned has not yet been successful. This is what it's called a class action suit. So it's being brought on behalf of the whole community. So the health dimensions, not just of child labor, but of degradation, are patent. That's not the only lawsuit that has happened in relation to mining spillages and so forth. Nor is mining the only industry. We had an incident last year in the pharmaceutical industry in the Gambia, where 69 children died from medicines, cough medicine, imported from India, which had poison in it. 69 children died. I mean, that's the most adverse health consequence that one can actually think of. In construction, also last year in Kenya, due to the use of poor building materials, cheating, in other words, when you make up the cement, a 4-story building collapsed, killing 20 children. That is corrupt business practice, which impacts ultimately on the health of children. So health is a key variable in the rights violation conundrum.
Thanks very much, Prof. I think we have to leave it there now, and we're reluctant to do so because we would love to, engage with you a lot more. And I think you've invited some of the colleagues to do that. And we also want to appreciate your presentation and your engagement with the comments and the audience. And everyone has indicated that they've really enjoyed the presentation and learned so much from it, including myself. So we really appreciate your work done, Prof, and continue to do so, and be encouraged. And sometimes I can hear what you've ended off with. It's very heartbreaking, especially the type of work that you put in, and to see some of the the steps backward that are being taken. But we still encourage you with our support to continue with the good work that you're doing. And we want to bring the session to a close and appreciate you and thank you very much. So we are done with our keynote presentation. And I just want to thank the audience as well for the engagement. We are now moving back to the presentations on One Health. We had done 2 earlier this morning, and I'm going to hand over to the session chair, and he's going to take you through the rest of the presentations. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Prof. Sloth-Nelson and Prof. Singh. We are now returning back to our presentations on One Health. And the next presenter we have is Professor Lisa Wegner. If you are in the room, Prof, you may begin to start sharing your presentation, and then I'm going to start introducing you. So Professor Lisa Wegner is a full professor in the Department of Occupational Therapy at the University of the Western Cape. She is a C2 rated researcher with the National Research Foundation. Her clinical and research interests are mental health of vulnerable adolescents and young adults, group therapy, and community development. She has authored more than 78 peer-reviewed articles and 15 book chapters, and is a regular presenter on national and international conferences. Professor Wegner has a well-established international collaborative research partnerships with colleagues from the United States of America and the African continent. In 2014, she received the International Collaborative Prevention Science Award from the Society for Prevention Research in the United States of America. And Professor Wegner is inspired by her work with young people to shape them as future occupational therapists and change agents in society. So over to you, Prof. We can see your presentation. As a reminder, you have 10 minutes to present. And at the 8th minute, I'm going to turn on my camera to remind you that you have 2 minutes left. Please take it away.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. And if I move, you can see the next slide.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so thank you so much for the introduction and for the privilege of being able to share my work as part of the UWC Research Week. I'm always excited to talk about my work, but I want to say also thank you, Prof. Sloth-Nelson, for a most fascinating and insightful presentation. And so I will be talking about youth aged 18 to 35 in this presentation, but a very vulnerable part of our population in South Africa is rural youth. So those youth that are not employed, not in any form of training, not in school, not in university, and are living in rural areas. I'd like to just thank my colleagues for their participation in this study, the late Joachim Jacobs, who was director of the HIV and AIDS program at UWC, when we conducted the data collection and analysis for the study. Joachim was part of that. Dr. Wilson Magee from Missouri University, many of you will know him, also extraordinary professor in our Department of Occupational Therapy at UWC, and Nameri Conte, also from University of Missouri. So the title of my presentation is Needs Ranking, a participatory research method for social change through giving a voice to vulnerable youth. So the problem for the study is around giving a voice to youth. As I said, a very vulnerable part of our population, but how do we actually promote their health and well-being, involve them in research, and give them a voice? So we know that millions of youth, particularly in low to middle income countries, are misunderstood, they lack a voice, and they face many challenges. And this leads to them disengaging, not being connected to society and involved in society in social and pro-social ways. So our review of literature revealed a research gap in that there's scant previous research into participatory research data collection methods amongst youth. Often we go out there and we do research on people, but in what ways are we involving them as their human right in the actual research process? So that was what we set out to do. This is part of a larger study. This is one component that I'm presenting today. And underpinning the study is the Sustainable Development Goal 3 around good health and well-being, focusing on marginalized, vulnerable youth, and SDG 17, partnerships for goals, through a participatory approach to promoting well-being with youth. So we know that youth constitute over 37% of our country's population, and there have been many calls for investment in engagement of young people in a variety of activities that build individual and community resilience. And yet, we're not doing very well because millions of young people remain disconnected. So our research question, how do we ensure an inclusive, intentional, mutually respectful partnership between youth and adults, whereby power is shared, respective contributions are valued, and young people's ideas, perspectives, skills, and strengths are integrated into designing and delivery of programs? Remember, I come from a health background. I should have introduced myself. I'm from the Department of Occupational Therapy. I am looking at the activities, the occupations, the roles that promote health. And I'm focusing on young people. So this study aim was to investigate an innovative participatory methodology to engage vulnerable youth in identifying and ranking their needs. By doing this, we were giving them a voice, tapping into their knowledge and talents to support them to contribute in addressing community issues, and recognizing them as key stakeholders to community development. That is also my strong interest, is developing communities. So we worked in the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape. We worked in Barrydale in the Western Cape. In the Eastern Cape, we partnered with a local community, the Coger local municipality, not community, Coger local municipality in the Eastern Cape. And we worked with 7 rural communities there and 1 rural community, Barrydale, in the Western Cape. We ended up with 126 participants. We worked really hard to get these 126 participants. It might sound like a small sample, but in actual fact, I can tell you that I was driving around in a car with a loudspeaker, inviting people to come to the community hall and take part in our study. So we worked really hard to recruit participants into the study. So we think 126 was a good number in our sample. So as I said, vulnerable youth were those who are known as NEETs, which is an acronym for youth not in education, employed, or in training. They were aged 18 to 34. Because we couldn't get, when we were recruiting them into our study, we didn't want to get parental consent because that would have been administratively too difficult. So we worked with those who were 18 and older, and they were residing in the 8 communities where the study took place. We started out with a literature search. So we searched challenges, needs, rural South African youth, marginalized youth. We used all the keywords, and we came up with a list which the 4 researchers then discussed and agreed upon key challenges in rural areas in these 2 provinces. The key challenges that we came up with: leisure and recreation facilities. There's nothing to do. We've done other studies that have shown that. And anybody from a rural community in those 2 provinces will also understand what I'm talking about. Parenting is a challenge, career development and training, further education, health facilities, housing, skills development, and entrepreneurship. And what we then did was, in each of the 8 rural communities, we split our participants into 3 groups, small groups, around 3 to 6 participants. And we gave them 8 cards, which you can see in the photograph there. each card had one of these key challenges on it. And we said to them, if you were the mayor of this community, how would you prioritize the needs? And they then discussed it, and they ranked the needs from most important to what they thought was least important. So this created a lot of discussion. And when they had finished in their small group, they then walked around the room and they compared their own ranking with that of their other peer groups. And then we followed this with more discussion, and we looked at what were the differences, what were the similarities in the ranking. And then we took photographs of each group's final ranking of needs, as you see there. So this is myself and Dr. Magee. The participants here have all given their consent to be in the photograph. In fact, they were very eager to, and they said, please take the photos and share it with all the people at the university. So this is an example of a needs ranking activity underway. After we did the needs ranking, we then moved into focus group discussions, which you're familiar with, and we discussed their needs and their challenges based on what they'd put in the needs ranking. So it was a sort of a warm-up activity into the focus group. We also had a semi-structured interview guide for use in the group. Data analysis, we did very much a descriptive analysis. We ended up with 24 needs ranking activity groups, 3 from each of the 8 communities. We couldn't use data from one of the groups. It was illegible in the photograph, unfortunately. So we ended up with 23 groups. We entered the data onto a table, and then we used a simple coding technique to allocate a score of 8 to the first need in each group, all the way down to 1 for the lowest ranked need. And we then totaled the scores, assessed them against the maximum possible score, and came up with a percentage for each of the needs. We did this in each area, and then we did this across the areas, and I'll show you the findings now. And we then also did qualitative analysis of the needs discussion that took place, and then the focus group. So just a little bit about our sample. 84%, by far the majority, were between 18 and 30, which is not surprising. 35% were 22 to 25 years, and 27% were 18 to 21. We had about, just under half were men and 67 were women. Majority of the participants' first language was Xhosa, followed by Afrikaans and then English. At the time of the study, 12 participants, 10% were in school. 54.8 had obtained grade 12, which I think is quite high if you look at the statistics. So that was interesting. And then 39.7% had dropped out of school before completing grade 12. So here you can see in the top left slide the table. This is now grouping all of the 7 communities in the Eastern Cape. Their top need was for further education, followed by skills development, career development and training, health facilities, housing. Parenting came last. Interesting, but I will explain that. And in the middle of your slide, you can see the Western Cape needs. Remember, this was Barrydale, also a rural community, about 2 hours from Cape Town. The top 5 needs in the Western Cape were the same as the Eastern Cape, but just arranged a little bit differently. And of course, we can't generalize. This is not a representative sample. It's a small sample. Nevertheless, it wasn't used with the intention of generalizing. Just bear that in mind. And then on the right is the overall ranking, which of course, because we only had one community in the Western Cape, that overall ranking looked pretty similar to the Eastern Cape, the top table on the left there. So the further education, skills development, and career development came out as the top needs. We then took this into the focus groups. We took this and we asked questions around what they had come up with. And these are some of the things they said. Poor educational opportunities. So they said, we don't, after we finish school, we don't really have material or support to go and forward our studies. It takes, we're a long way away from the cities, about 100 kilometers. This was a youth in Potensi. Another one said, there's a lot of talent in youth in this place, but the problem is for you to succeed in your talent, you have to leave this place. But now there is no money for you to leave this place, so how? So we've got geographical location, we've got the poverty. These were farming communities. And so pretty much, yes. Are we 2 minutes?
Yeah, if I can ask you to wrap up. Thank you.
Yes. So skills development, this explains skills development. They were asking for structures to develop their skills. There where they said, this is the quote, if you're born in such a poor background, parenting is not high to you. What is high is to provide for now. So,
talking about it, but I don't remember the particulars.
Okay. And then the great
is, or not
Yeah,
proud
please
of
ask Joy
him that
to
he's going
mute,
to the
please.
school.
Technical team, can you please mute
He's not just accepting
Naveen?
the way he is.
Sorry
And
about
as
that.
I
Okay.
said
I'll try and
before
talk over.
about
So
the child
I think the
moving
study
to
created
ADHD,
awareness around the
when
needs
he-
ranking activity as a viable and verifiable participatory approach in youth engagement. It worked really well in that it gave our youth a voice, which is what we were trying to do. It gathered their viewpoints, their opinions, and they really, as this slide shows, they say, I'm saying it, if we were to sit like this, young people of Hankey, organize, then discuss to say, these are the things that we need. They found that that was really important. And for me as a health professional, it tells me how I can start to develop programs based around this participatory approach, where we value youth as experts in identifying community needs, ranking them, and empowering them to potentially serve as co-producers of programs. And my next research project is taking this forward. So implications for practice, involving youth in the assessment of their needs can improve the value and authenticity of information obtained, which in turn facilitates better allocation of community resources and enhances relevant program development. And it fosters collaborative community partnerships, promotes ownership, and ultimately, this is really important, sustainability of community programs. Very quickly, our next project is around training young people to be researchers within the projects that we're developing, and then to sustainability to actually offer the programs themselves. There's not enough health professionals to go around, we know that. So we need young people involved. These are the 5 papers that we've published. If anybody is interested, gives you more detail. And thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Prof. I will forgive you for going slightly above time.
Thank you.
So for now, I'm going to ask people to pause their questions until the end of the session, and then we can have your Q&A. I remind our colleagues that the Q&A box is open if you have questions for Prof. Wegner and the other colleagues, as well as the chat function. Now, on to our next presenter.
Chair, you are muted.
Chair, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. So we're going on to our next presenter, who will be Mr. Thabani Nongongo, who will be presenting to us on health literacy levels of pregnant women attending antenatal clinics in the Western Cape. If Mr. Thabani is here, may you please kindly switch on your camera and begin to share your presentation as I introduce you. So, Mr. Thabani Nongongo is currently a lecturer and coordinator for the 3rd and 4th year research modules in the School of Nursing at the University of the Western Cape. He completed his BCA degree in nursing in 2013 and his master's in 2017 with a Dean's Merit Award from the School of Nursing. He is currently a PhD candidate, and his project aims to develop health literacy levels, or a health literacy program rather, for pregnant women in a low-income community. His field of interest is research in health promotion and health literacy levels of pregnant women. A reminder, Mr. Thabane, is that you have 10 minutes to present. At the 8th minute, I will turn on my camera to signal that you have 2 minutes left, and exactly 10 minutes, I will ask you to stop. Over to you, Mr. Thabane.
Chair, just to quickly note that I'm sharing the slide on behalf of Mr. Thabane.
Okay, noted.
Okay. Good morning, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. Good morning to all the colleagues in the university and even outside the university. Chair has introduced me. I'm Thabane Nongungu, and I will actually be presenting the health literacy levels of pregnant women attending antenatal clinics in the Western Cape. This is the research I conducted with Professor Talita Cloud and Professor Chips in the Department of Nursing. Yeah, I'm also working in the department. I'm also a registered nurse. Okay, I will be presenting this topic. Thank you. Dr. Oluja, can you move on? Yeah, just in the background, actually, pregnant women with adequate levels of health literacy are capable of taking care of their health and their unborn babies during the process. But however, the World Health Organization indicates that more than 4.5 million women and babies die every year during pregnancy, childbirth, or in the first weeks after birth. And that is coming from the WHO 2023. And most of these data are often linked to low levels of health literacy that are associated with the health levels, the education level, maternal age, and the number of pregnancies. And there are 3 levels of health literacy, which are namely the functional, which is the basic health literacy, the communicative, and the critical health literacy. And if I can actually, in a nutshell, just actually give a brief of these 3 basic health literacy. The functional actually refers to the ability to read, to comprehend medical information such as the leaflets that are given in the clinic. Thank you, Dr. Oluja. The next slide, thank you. And the communicative health literacy refers to more advanced skills that allow people, especially the patient, to extract health information and develop meaning from different forms of communication. And also the last, which is the highest health literacy, the critical, refers to an individual who can perform advanced activities in the sphere of disease and disease prevention and health promotion. And these individuals can fully take decision on their own regarding the conditions, which is in this case regarding the pregnancy. And unfortunately, in South Africa, there are a number of studies that have been conducted in different topics on health literacy of pregnant women. But however, these studies rarely available, and there's no information that is found focusing on the health literacy levels of pregnant women, particularly in low-income communities, especially in the Western Cape. Therefore, it is immensely important for this study to assess the health literacy levels of pregnant women attending antenatal clinic in the Western Cape. Quickly, the methodology. The design of the study was a quantitative, descriptive survey that used a research-administered questionnaire to collect data. And the study was actually conducted in 3 clinics that are situated in the northern Tygerberg sub-district, which is Trifontaine and Visandekral, in those 2 areas in the Western Cape. And actually the population was isiXhosa speaking pregnant women in these 3 clinics. And we used the systematic sampling to actually get 248 pregnant women, which is about 91% of the response rate. And data analysis, data collection was done using a certified questionnaire that was actually with permission adapted from these authors. And also the data collection happened in August 2022 to November, which took about 3 months. And data analysis was done whereby we actually use SPSS, and we use also the descriptive statistics, which is the mean, and the inferential statistics, which is the mean Whitney, which actually we actually took the higher mean to indicate the higher health literacy in levels. And the study was actually the ethics was actually approved from the University of the Western Cape, and also more approval was sought from the Department of Health. And thank you. And also the social demographic characteristics. I will just actually note what is interesting. We actually saw that in the data that about those that are between 18 to 35 were about 80%, which is that our data was composed of the youth. And if you will look at pregnancy in South Africa, it is defined as everybody that is less than 35 years is called a normal reproductive age. Then everybody that is more than 35, it is termed as the advanced age, advanced maternal age. And also what we've actually noted those that are working and those that are not working. Those that are employed is about 51%. And we also noted those that got pregnant for the first time, and those that are pregnant for the second time. And more than that, we saw that about 60%, meaning they have experience of being pregnant. They were pregnant before. Thank you, Dr. Alutra. Okay, the results actually further, we actually took the 3 health literacy levels, which is critical and communicative and functional. Then we actually calculated the means and the 95% confidence. And what was interesting is that what we actually thought will actually be the norm is that everybody will start with the basic, and everybody will have a high basic health literacy, which is functional, which was the lowest, and the highest, which was the highest health literacy. That was interesting. And what I want to note is that the functional health literacy, all the statements were actually reversed, because of there were statements that were actually positive and there were statements that were negative, then they were reversed. And now when we reverse them, that could be one of the issues, or one of the things that made it very low, but I will discuss that a bit later. Okay, Dr. Olusha, next slide. The next speaker actually is actually showing us the mean and the relationship between these 3. As you can see here, the critical health literacy is high and the functional health literacy is very low, which is what not is expected, because we expect everybody to actually first move to the functional, to communicative and critical, but in this data, it was not the case. Thank you, Olusha. And now this table is showing the association between the maternal age and health literacy level, and we can see that there's only two items that where the significance was actually noted, whereby the respondents were able to apply the obtained information onto their daily lives, and also the characteristics and words that they do not know, that was actually significant. There was a relationship between the age and those two items. Thank you, Dr. Olucha. Okay, my discussion is that I make this argument that to the best of our knowledge is this is the first study that has been conducted in the Western Cape to assess the functional, communicative, and critical health literacy of pregnant women. There are a lot of studies that are there in health literacy, but in most of them, they are looking at the relationship and other aspects of the health literacy, but this one was only pure looking to assess their levels, looking at these three levels. And also what we've noted, as I said, that we actually found out that the critical health literacy was higher than the other health literacy levels. And that also we found that the functional was very low. As I said, that it could be because of the reversed items that we reversed, because of they were not actually serving any purpose when they are not reversed. And we found that these three studies that I've quoted here, they've also conducted they also conducted their research on health literacy levels, but all of them could actually find the functional health literacy as high, then followed by communication and critical. But in our case, it was different. But I want to note that these studies are actually conducted in different countries. Like the other one was conducted in Australia, the other one was conducted in Greece, and all of that. And that could actually have could have an influence on the results when I compare them. But unfortunately, I couldn't find any relevant studies, especially in South Africa, around this topic. And furthermore, is that I actually discussed that the respondents has higher critical health literacy levels, and that actually made them to make a better decisions when it comes to their pregnancy. And also the functional health
No,
literacy.
I need you to wrap up, please. You have
Okay.
1 minute left.
Okay, then the lower functional health literacy. Okay. Furthermore, I conclude that pregnant women rated their functional health literacy worse than the other two levels. And also this is a consequence of low functional health literacy that might result in adequate inability to read and comprehend medical information. And also the higher critical and communicative health literacy is an indication of more advanced skills that could allow them to extract information and make decisions. And there was also a relationship between the age and some of the health literacy level. This relieves the importance of assessing health literacy level in order to provide for the sufficient health education. Also, the nurse should, one of my recommendation is that the nurses should ascertain whether a woman in antenatal clinics can read and write before conveying health education. This will assist the nurse in tailoring the health information to the level of a woman. Next slide, Dr. Olucha. Okay, and
I'm ready to wrap up.
yes, I think this is the last slide, Chair. Sorry, my apology. The nurses should actually also, my recommendation, should create an environmental platform that will allow the women to use their advanced literacy skills and be able to take decisions on their own as they have a high critical health skills. And also the study recommends that nurses need to support the health education skills of pregnant women and tailor the health information they to provide during antenatal care. The study also recommends a qualitative paradigm to ascertain the reasons of low functional health literacy in women. Thank you. Oluta? Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Chair, that I took long.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether I want to forgive you because I gave you an extra minute, but anyway, it's
Apology.
fine. Okay, on to our next presenter. The last one for the session, and then we will have a Q&A. It's from Ms. Huda Karim. She will be presenting on clinical reasoning of undergraduate physiotherapy students in the intensive care units. Ms. Karim, if you are here, may you please start sharing your presentation, and then I will begin to introduce you. Ms. Karim is a clinical coordinator and co-assisting lecturer in the Department of Physiotherapy in the Faculty of Community and Health Sciences at UWC. She has 16 years of clinical experience in intensive care and cardiopulmonary physiotherapy and has been a clinical educator in this area for the last 8 years to date. She will graduate with her master's in physiotherapy in September 2024. Well done. In the area of clinical education in intensive care. Ms. Karim's expertise extend to her involvement in clinical education and training related to both qualified and student physiotherapists in the management and care of acute spinal cord injured patients in the intensive care unit. And over to you.
Good morning,
Maybe
everyone.
if you can put your presentation on presentation mode, and then you may proceed. Slideshow on the top, and then presentation mode.
I don't know what's happening. Sorry, let me just fix this for you.
No problem.
There we go. Is that better? Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to present my thesis to you all. It's relatively fresh, so I'm a bit nervous and I feel a bit inexperienced, but I hope that I will do justice to this presentation this morning. So the title of my thesis was The Clinical Reasoning of Undergraduate Physiotherapy Students During the Intensive Care Rotation. So just to give you some background, clinical reasoning is elemental to all forms of healthcare practice, and it requires collecting and evaluating information, as well as determining therapeutic interventions, particularly to a patient's condition. In physiotherapy, clinical reasoning was described as the thinking and decision-making processes that is associated with clinical practice, and it is seen as a critical skill in the health profession, central to the practice of professional autonomy. Clinical decision-making refers to the process of selecting a course of action, and clinical reasoning and clinical decision-making are essential aspects of physiotherapy clinical practice to determine optimal and effective warranted interventions for our patients. Much of the clinical research has been undertaken in physiotherapy areas such as musculoskeletal and neurological physiotherapy practice, and it wasn't clear that the research was relevant and applicable to areas such as cardiorespiratory physiotherapy practices. So clinical decision-making in an acute care setting, such as the ICU, differs somewhat from other fields of physiotherapy due to the short-term acute nature of patients' problems and the higher likelihood of significant negative consequences of inadequate decision-making and interventions. So limited research exists on the clinical reasoning processes, specifically in the ICU. Hence, the study was undertaken to explore the process of clinical reasoning of student physiotherapists on the ICU placement. So the research question was, what is the understanding of physiotherapy students of the process of clinical reasoning and clinical decision-making during the ICU placement, with the main aims and objectives to explore the clinical reasoning of the undergraduate physiotherapy student and to explore the process of clinical reasoning and clinical decision-making on the ICU placement. It was a qualitative study that was done with an exploratory descriptive research design approach. The physiotherapy students in the physiotherapy department, the final year students, were identified, and they were identified for having the clinical rotations at either Groote Schuur or Tygerberg Hospital, which are two central academic teaching hospitals in the Western Cape. A purpose of sampling method was employed for the study. So final year undergraduate physiotherapy students at the University of the Western Cape were specifically identified to partake in the study, and they needed to have had a clinical rotation at either Groote Schuur or Tygerberg Hospital from February to June. 36 students were thus identified for the study. I just want to apologize everyone for not including this in the slides, but my nerves took over. So just to give you more context on the data collection, the data for the study was obtained by means of semi-structured interviews with a semi-structured schedule. A set of predetermined questions guided the interview process. The semi-structured interviews were individually done, and they lasted about 45 minutes each. So once all the data was collected, the data was then further analyzed using the 6-phase thematic analysis approach by Brun and Clark. So from the 36 students that were identified, only 7 students responded to the invitation to partake in the study. 3 of them were males and 4 of them were females. Data saturation was successfully reached after the final interview had taken place, and 4 main themes emerged. The first theme that emerged from my study was understanding the concept of clinical reasoning. Here, 2 sub-themes consequently emerged. The first being the definition of clinical reasoning. Here, the students provided varying definitions of clinical reasoning. Most of the students described clinical reasoning as a process that informed the assessment and treatment of patients in the ICU. And they saw it as a series of thinking where they gathered information and to inform their clinical decision-making. Others described clinical reasoning to be the application of the theoretical knowledge that they had gained in class that justified what they were doing. The second sub-theme under this theme was the importance of clinical reasoning. And here, all of the students described the importance as a process to select specific effective treatments for their patients. The second theme to emerge was the actual process of clinical reasoning that students utilize in the ICU. So the process of reasoning starts from extracting information from the patient folder, which became the sub-theme to this theme. So students would start by gathering information from the folder, then observing the patient, followed by identifying certain problems for patients, and then planning and executing a treatment plan. And once that was done, they would then set goals for their patients, which they would then use for future interventions with the patient. The third theme to emerge were facilitators the students encountered in their clinical reasoning process in the ICU. Here, the 3 main sub-themes that emerged were the use of prior knowledge, exposure to the clinical setting, and support in the clinical setting. The students found that using the knowledge that they had attained in class, that the teachings from class, they felt that that was a real facilitator in regards to their clinical reasoning. So they could transfer what they had learned in class into the clinical setting. Students also felt that being exposed to clinicals, whether it was ICU or any other general block, that being exposed to real life patients also really facilitated the process of reasoning and clinical decision-making in the ICU. And the last sub-theme that they felt really facilitated them was support in the clinical setting. And this was support either from the clinical educator, which they saw once a week, or from the clinician working in the ICU. Students just felt having that support there to ask questions, to get feedback, really helped them along in the process of clinical reasoning. The last theme that emerged were barriers that the students encountered in their clinical reasoning processes. And these were subdivided into external barriers and internal barriers, which became subsequent sub-themes. External barriers were identified by the students as the setting. So the actual setting of the ICU. Patients in ICU are attached to various monitors and machines, and students felt that the constant alarming of all these monitors and machines really challenged the ability to make clinical decisions in the ICU. Also, the critically ill patient, students found that that was another big challenge for them because the patients in your ICU or the critically ill patient, conditions change unannounced. I mean, unexpectedly, a patient would be okay 1 minute and the next minute the patient is deteriorating. So the students really felt that that was a barrier in their clinical reasoning process. Also, transfer of their knowledge. Some of them struggled to transfer knowledge and they pinned it down to the online learning that teaching took during the COVID-19 pandemic. Internal barriers identified by the students were emotions. So students were already nervous coming into ICU. They already had fears and they were already overwhelmed just because of the ICU setting itself. And also just new conditions. There were a lot of conditions that students were exposed to that weren't necessarily covered in class, so that they felt also challenged their clinical reasoning abilities. So just to wrap it up quickly, and now I'm probably running short of time, but it is evident that my research didn't present any new findings in terms of what the definition or the process of clinical reasoning was. And I think the study just, what it did was establish the clinical reasoning process, but it didn't definitely make a difference for cardiorespiratory. The one thing the study did highlight, though, was that any student coming into an ICU placement, their clinical reasoning processes and their clinical decision-making processes are going to be challenged a lot more. And these were made evident by the factors that they identified as the barriers. So the students in the ICU placements are challenged with a lot more factors when they have to make clinical decisions in an area such as the ICU.
Thank you so much, Ms. Karim, for your enlightening presentation on clinical reasoning and how students learn theoretical knowledge in the practical clinical working environment.
Yes.
I will take some question and answers now. We have a few minutes for the entire session. I do note that there are some comments in the chat. Okay, I do note that there was a question, I think it was a comment rather, from Lisa, or from Cindy, rather, to Prof. Lisa to say that was extensive and fruitful work you've done. Thank you for your presentation. They've learned a lot from it. And then I think Prof responded to Cindy. And then Cindy also made a comment rather to Tobani that this is a very touchy study, Tobani, as I experienced the young pregnancy. In my mind, there's a lot to include. However, it's not very clear now to share. Thank you. And then there's also another comment for Ms. Huda, which says, this is a great presentation that blends the theoretical knowledge with the practical demonstration, targeted skills development, and career mentorship. Thank you. Start your PhD immediately. And then there's another comment saying, amazing work, Huda. Insightful presentation from Ms. Karim, and then there's also another comment saying a great presentation for Ms. Huda. So overall, I think it was a good session. We've learned a lot in terms of One Health. We delved into the current challenges that exist in terms of care interventions for people with intellectual disabilities by Ms. Murray. And then Ms. Bertha highlighted to us what are the current contextual challenges faced by young adults, particularly with ADHD in the South African context. And we went on to hear a presentation by Professor Wegner, who highlighted to us the importance of using participatory action research methodology and human-centered designs to address issues faced by youth and use them as change makers in society. And we also saw a presentation by Mr. Thabani Nongungu, who presented to us on health literacy levels, where he illuminated to us on the different levels of health literacy among women in the antenatal clinic or attending the antenatal clinic. And lastly, but not least, we had Ms. Huda presenting to us on clinical reasoning abilities of students. I think it has been an insightful presentation in terms of One Health, and that brings us to the end of this session. And we will return back for session 2, where we'll be dealing with the stream on transforming education. A reminder that the program is being live streamed on YouTube, and there are live updates on our social media pages, which is UWC_RDPS on Twitter and Instagram, and UWC Research Development and Postgraduate Support on LinkedIn. Do comment, like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you at exactly 10:55, where we begin to start our next session at 11. Thank you. For now, it's going to be a tea break. Hi, Dr. Olu.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, we're gonna go back live in a minute.
Okay.
I'm just checking if everyone is here for the session. We are supposed to have Ms. Henrietta Masango and her colleagues presenting. I've been told Ms. Pearl will present at 11:30. So can I please ask Ms. Annalisa to go after the first speaker?
Let me just quickly confirm, Chair, if Ms. Annalisa is has joined. Okay, I'm not seeing Ms. Annalisa yet. I know she's from the library, but
Yes.
I'm not seeing her yet.
Okay, if that's the case, maybe we can just go with the presenter who will be in Mr. Andrew Maneli's place.
Yes. Okay, for Mr. Andrew, he did mention yesterday when I sent out the email confirming the order of or the notification of the web link that his student is going to be presenting on his behalf. So let me just quickly find out. So he said, I'm currently out of the country and stated my MSc student will stand in my place, but he didn't mention who the MSc student is.
Okay. Can we check with Melanie? Are we live? Can we go on?
Yes, we are live, Chair.
You can proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. Welcome again, colleagues, to our next session on transforming education. This session is going to be talking about the changes, rather, in the amongst many things, the pedagogical practices related to the landscape of higher education, both locally and internationally, brought about by policy reforms, among many things, technological innovation, and as well as advancement in critical pedagogy, amongst many things, as well as decolonization agenda. So we have for this session presenters, a total of 5 presenters. And our first presenter is Professor Henrietta Masango and Professor Tambe, who will be presenting on higher education alignment with the climate change action in Mozambique, a review of research and outreach university functions. If the colleagues are here in the room, may I please kindly request that they switch on their cameras and begin to share, and then I will introduce them. Just as a reminder about the housekeeping rules is that I request colleagues to gently keep their mics off while a presenter is presenting. Please note that the Q&A box is open for questions. The chat function is also opened. The program is being recorded and will be made available to you at a later stage, and we are currently live streaming on YouTube. You can encourage your colleagues to join the program. So Ms. Henrietta Masango is a professor at the Department of Environmental Technologies in the Pedagogic University of Maputo. She holds a PhD in Arts and Science Education with a specialty in metamaterials and a master's in Science, Technology, and Society, both from the University of Hiroshima in Japan. Her main research interest focus is on energy and environmental sustainability, critical analysis of science textbooks, gender and climate change, gender issues in science, engineering and technology, and research on higher education and sustainability, with focus on higher education institutions' contribution to the materialization of the Sustainable Development Goals. I think she's also co-presenting with her colleague, Professor Tambe, who is a postdoctoral fellow and at the CHEPA's postdoctoral program. He's an assistant professor at the Department of Studies in Environmental Technologies at the Pedagogic University in Maputo. And he has a master's in educational chemistry and an undergraduate degree in chemistry and biology. Over to you, Prof. And please note you have 10 minutes to present. At the 8 minutes, I will turn on my camera to remind you you have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Arieta Masango, so I will be presenting with Professor Malakias. I think he's not online yet, but okay, I will go on. So what I'm going to present here is a part of a large study in higher education and sustainability. So this is a part of a program that we mentioned is a CHAPS program, that is the Comparative Higher Education Policy and Innovation Studies. And these programs, we have 3 universities there, that is Eduardo Mondlane University in Mozambique. We have CAPATIJ, that is Royal Institute of Technology in Sweden, and also we have the UWC. So we have researchers from these 3 universities. So today we are going to present about the higher education alignment with climate action in Mozambique. So a review of research and outreach university functions. So what we choose this topic is because when we were studying about SDG, about higher education, so first we analyzed the higher education policies in Mozambique to see the alignment with the SDGs, so looking to the local contents. So after analyzing, we found out that there's so many goals that are missing in the policies, especially goal 13, that is the climate action. And looking to the current situation of Mozambique, we have been hit by several storms, so that we have like floods and droughts. And we feel the necessity of studying the higher education actions to the climate change, looking to this context of Mozambique. So the current challenge of climate variability and weather risking is compounded by climate change in Mozambique. So looking to this situation, this suggests a set of local action that leads to the country to guarantee community capability and mitigation. Why? Because as we know, the Mozambique, we have the population, we have a population that is poor, and these are the most affected by this climate change. And most of the time they don't know how to act. So we look to the higher education that has most to contribute for that in regards to the mitigation and the adaptation for this population. So we look to that, and we look to the goal 13, and we say how, as higher education, what we can do for this kind of action or for this population. The research is focused on evaluating Mozambique higher education sector level contribution on climate change. So we analyze the alignment of higher education in terms of research and outreach activities with this precept of goal 13, that is the climate action. So we design a framework for research that we have. First, for the methodology, first we identify the approach. So how are we going to do that? And next, we drew the analytical tool. So this tool was used to analyze the research activity and also the outreach activity of those higher education institutions. And then we collect all the data, we analyze and discuss the data. And in the end, we have this picture of higher education action to the climate action, to the climate change. And for this, for the data collection, we look to the targets for the goal 13. So we pick like for 5 targets, and also we conjugated those targets for the UN with the indicators, the local indicator, the indicator that the country identified, so defined by the country. So we conjugate these two and draw this data collection tool. And also, because we have around 56 higher education institutions in Mozambique, so it was not so possible to work in all those 56. So we chose 6 universities. So these 6 universities, the student population is around 58% of total population of the student in the country. And also we try to regionalize this study. We picked 2 universities in the south part of Mozambique, and also 2 universities in central part, and also 2 universities in north part. So in order to cover all the country, so we choose 2, and in total we have 6 universities, and around 58% of students from total we found in these 6 universities. And this is the data source that we developed. And first we identified the university, the project name, and also the university that are in this project. And also what type of project is this? Is research or outreach project? And also what is the objective of the project, and the local implementation, where exactly is implemented the project, is in all country or in certain regions, and the target group, also the period of the project, and if the project is financed or not, and also we have the results of this project, what kind of results, what kind of outputs, and also the relationship with the climate actions or the goal setting. And for also to analyze, we use also the NVivo, the thematic content analysis method that was used also to aid this research was NVivo. And also we analyzed the annual reports, so from 2020 to 2022. So we analyzed all the annual reports of the universities, and also we visited universities, we visited the project local implementation, and we did some interviews to the main actors of the projects. So the primary results, because we still analyze the data. So for now we have this kind of results. So when we see the regionalization of the projects, we saw that we have outreach and also research project. And we found out that in the south part of Mozambique, we have a lot of research projects that are going on, that we can see in blue. In central part, we have like here in green, and also in northern part, the kind of research project. And also we have the outreach project that we found out in these 3 regions of Mozambique. In terms of the university, which university are taking those projects, are implementing this project? So we see that we have Eduardo Mondlane University that has more research projects than other universities. And also in terms of outreach project, we see that Universidade Pedagógica of Maputo has a certain number of outreach projects. But with those 2 universities, if we see they are in the south part of Mozambique. And for the central part and north part, we can see that there is not so many projects wherever they are doing their work. And if we see those kind of climate happens mainly in the central part of Mozambique, and also in north part of Mozambique. And when we see in terms of climate action project in each region that are taking, so for north part, these 2 universities are located exactly in north part, and those projects are located in this part. We have like 100% projects in this university, that in Ulinduru and Unirovum. However, most of the projects that are taking part in this region, for example, in central part, in north part, are taken mostly by universities that are located in south part, rather than the universities that are located in the region that those climate change, those climate hazards are happening. And one of the things that we found out may be because of these 2 universities, that Eduardo Mondlane University and also the Pedagogical University of Maputo are one of the first universities in Mozambique, and are mainly recognized universities. So when it comes to financing to projects, so they have this advantage in relating to other universities. And those universities are mostly new universities. However, recently they are getting more funds to take local actions to prepare these communities, to do research, to see how come we can help, also how come we can contribute to this climate change in those regions. So for this, the results that we found, there are several climate actions that are being carried out by higher education institutions in Mozambique. So those are extension and research projects. But one of the things that we found out, because also we analyzed the policies from when we looked at the policies, what the mean of policies, what policies bring related to SDGs, how we can act in order to reach these goals, is not exactly aligned with the university action. There is misalignment between policies and university action. However, universities are doing more without certain orientation from the policies. So it's one of
Prof,
the
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please. We have a minute left.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of realization, we found that distribution present in the slide indicates that there is absence of institutional guideline between higher education activities and the policies from the top-down perspective. And also, as I mentioned before, the oldest Mozambican universities are taking over of many projects in these areas. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Prof. Henrietta. I think giving us important information about what the universities are doing and what the role of higher education is in building resilience against climate change. If there are any questions, I will ask that the colleagues put them on the chat and we'll have a Q&A session. Please don't go away, Prof, where we will take questions and answers related to yours and other panelists' presentations. But for now, I would like to go on with the order of business and invite the next speaker, who is going to be Miss Annalisa Mpako, presenting on transforming education through open scholarship opportunities and challenges. Are you in the room, if I may check?
Yes, Miss Annalisa is in the room. I can confirm.
Okay. Maybe you can begin to start sharing your presentation. I introduce you. Or is the technical team sharing on her behalf?
No, Miss Annalisa didn't share her slide with us. So unless if she wants to quickly do that now, then I can share from my side. Sure.
Okay. Miss Annalisa, are you there? I see you are still muted and you haven't shown your face. Miss Annalisa, can I give you a minute to respond? And then I want to go on to the next.
Good morning, sir. Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to share my screen.
Okay, thank you. Can you maybe use one device because of the interference? Thank you. I will begin to introduce you while you are sharing. So Miss Annalisa is a professional librarian and manager, open scholarships at the University of the Western Cape Library. She holds a Bachelor of Arts from the Rhodes University and a postgraduate diploma in library and information science from the University of Cape Town and is currently completing her master's at UCT. Her experience spans from Rhodes University to Nelson Mandela prior to having joined the University of the Western Cape. Her professional interests include disseminating of information, student academic development, research capacity building, scholarly communication, and educational technologies. She also received the DVC Research and Innovation Recognition Award for Best Librarian Research Support in 2022, and is a recipient of the UK LISA Librarian Award of the Year in 2023. Over to you, Miss Annalisa. Remember, you have 10 minutes to present. At the 8th minute, I will turn on my camera to alert you that you have 2 minutes left. And at exactly 10 minutes, I would appreciate if you could stop your presentation. Thank you. Okay, we can see your presentation. Maybe you can unmute and start your presentation. If you have challenges with the camera, it's fine. You can proceed, but just unmute and continue.
Miss Annalisa, if you don't mind, you can quickly send your slide to me, then I can share from this side, if that is okay by you.
We can see her presentation, Dr. Olu. She just needs to unmute and begin speaking.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Can you confirm if I'm audible?
Yes, you are. You may proceed.
Okay. All right. So good morning, everyone. My name is Annalisa Mendempako. I will be doing a presentation on transforming education through open scholarship, opportunities and challenges. I am doing this presentation, sharing experiences of UWC Library, efforts in collaboration with the entire institution in terms of promoting and advocating for open scholarship in benefit of open education. Okay, so just quickly, I would like to introduce the concept of open scholarship. So it basically refers to an approach to research based on greater access to public research data enabled by information and communication technology tools. Broader collaboration in science, including participation of non-scientists and the use of alternative copyright tools for diffusing research. So there are some elements of open scholarship that come up in this definition, which is basically widening access, which is greater access. Then also making public research data available to ordinary citizens. All of this happens with the affordances of technology in open communication technology platforms or digital platforms, if I may refer to it in that way. And through this concept or movement, we have affordances of copyright tools such as Creative Commons licenses that we can use and apply to resources, research outputs to maximize reuse of research outputs and open educational resources. My next slide is just the taxonomy of open science. So today's presentations mainly focuses on 3 elements, which is open access, open data, and open educational resources. But these fall within the broader taxonomy and structure of open science that includes other concepts. And if you look on this diagram, the right-hand side of the diagram focuses on the infrastructure that affords us to carry on all these other smaller elements of open science. For instance, we have policies on the right-hand side of the screen. So I'll talk about that in my next slide and in the context of the University of the Western Cape. So open science is really a broad topic, and there's different elements and layers of it. And at UWC, we have managed to achieve some of them. Obviously, going forward, we're looking at the other less presented or achieved elements of open science. In terms of the state of open scholarship infrastructure at UWC, we are guided by our open access policy, which gave birth to repositories such as the UWC Scholar repositories. And we are involved in very important workflow, including the graduation workflow, where we archive student thesis, dissertations, and make them open on the platform. We are able to also deposit other forms of research outputs, such as publications, so that we widen the access to open content coming from the University of the Western Cape researchers. We also have a research data management policy, and guided by that, we had managed to establish our Kikapu Researcher Data Repository, where researchers are encouraged to deposit their data sets, making them findable and discoverable and citable as well. So our Kikapu Data Repository is open to all UWC scholars to deposit their items. And from that, we also have our DMP tool, our online data management tool that assists researchers to document the kind of data that they would be collecting during their research activities and how they plan to store it. And obviously we provide the storage to the Kikapu Data Repository, but it's a tool that allows researchers to think about the research that they are collecting even before they start with the research, and how they plan on archiving it and making it an open data set. We also have our publishing support service through our EPUB's publications platform, and we have reputable journals such as Crystals that are hosted on this platform. And we have various other journals. Some are led by students and are hosted on the platform, and they are all open access. Then we also have transformative agreements through our SENLIC consortium. So SENLIC is a South African National Library Information Consortium that assists higher education institutions negotiate pricing for database access as well as publishing deals. So all the 26 higher education institutions are part of this consortium, including the University of the Western Cape. So we currently have 9 agreements with SENLIC, where our authors are able to publish in hybrid journals without paying an article processing charge or pay a discounted APC. And most recently, we have acquired another agreement with Oxford University Press. So now our researchers are also published their research outputs in open access with that publisher. So with all these efforts and infrastructure in place, we are working towards narrowing the gap between subscription-based closed access resources in terms of research outputs. So as you can see on my slide, we are now more having open access items than subscription items. And also within those open access items, we have managed to establish partnerships with reputable institutions in South Africa as well as abroad. With our open researcher and contributor ID, as UWC, we subscribe to Intembeko via the TENET agreement. So our researchers are able to authenticate their ORCID IDs with our Intembeko Hub, and then we assist them populate and update their profiles so that they are discoverable on online platforms, and their research outputs are updated, and they are easily findable for other like-minded researchers when they are looking for possible collaborations. So some of the benefits from all these efforts is enhanced access to knowledge by breaking down access barriers and promoting inclusivity and equity. And some of these efforts are contributing to SDG 10, which is meant to reduce inequalities, and SDG 17, that is partnerships and goals. So we also manage and promote increased dissemination of research outputs so that they reach the widest audience and make the greatest impact. From these efforts, we have these enabling tools. There's quite a few of them that I put up on my slides, and I've mentioned ORCID in the previous screen. Then most importantly, we have the Creative Commons licenses that we can attach on our resources and allow for other users to readapt, to reuse, and reproduce. And through UWC's subscription to the LibKey Nomad, we also have these open access browser extensions that enable users to find copyright compliant open access content. So we also have free ones such as the Unpaywall, and some of these we demonstrate during our literature search strategies training session in the library. We also have open educational resources, which is described as learning, a resource that is for learning, teaching, and research in any form and medium that reside in the public domain or under copyright that have been released under an open license. So the open license refers to the Creative Commons that I had just mentioned. So there's variations of the Creative Commons licenses depending how you would like other users to interact with your resource. Obviously, want to apply a license that is the most open, that will allow or permit access, reuse, repurposes, and readaptation and redistribution by others. So we have quite a few examples at UWC. If you visit the UWC School of Public Health, they do have an open education resources, and their resources are accessible and you can reuse them, repurpose them, and they have indicated the license associated with their resources. Then at
Ms.
UWC
Annelisa,
Library.
can I ask you to please wrap up?
All right, thank you. So at UWC, we pride ourselves with our open UWC Library Work Integrated Learning Resource that is also openly available and adaptable by those who would like to make use of it. Also, in terms of these affordances, we were able to translate our OER into 3 languages. So also opening up access in terms of multilingualism, and also applying the licenses for other users to readapt and reuse. So our open access research outputs contribute to some of our leading SDGs that UWC contributes to, such as the good health and well-being. So on this screen, I am sharing with you some of the SDGs that we lead in terms of publishing in, and one of them is the good health and well-being SDG. Okay, so some of the challenges include predatory publishing practices, which tend to pose themselves as open access. So something associated with open access, many people have a misconception that it's low quality or poor quality, which is not the case. So there's issues of trust in terms of open access practices and ensuring the quality of open educational resources. and also funding models that are not sustainable for long-term sustainability. Those are some of the challenges that contribute to open scholarship. Then also we have measuring metrics such as altmetrics and traditional metrics, where we measure the impact of journals by looking at citations. But at the moment, we do not have necessarily a method of measuring the impact at at real life scenarios and applicability of the findings in these research outputs in real life. In closing, we do have all these facilities to preserve and disseminate our research output to provide long-term access. Perhaps going forward, further stakeholder participation where faculty, students and staff and external partners come together, and we look at continuous assessments and improvement of our open scholarship activities, and also reviewing our policies that exist and creating policies that are no longer there at the moment. So in closing, these are our efforts as UWC Library in collaboration or in context of the University of the Western Cape's context. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Annalisa, for your presentation. Indeed, very important information on the different taxonomies of open access scholarship and the resources that are available to us as researchers. I'm going to ask that colleagues, I'm not going to take questions at this juncture due to time, but you are welcome to comment on the chat and Q&A function. To avail themselves, who is Ms. Pearl Erasmus and Tamara Goliath, who will be presenting on integrating the SDGs into research, teaching, and community. If they are here in the room, I will ask you to please switch on your camera and begin to share your presentation, and I will start introducing you. So Ms. Pearl Erasmus serves as the coordinator for research capacity development and leadership programs in the Office of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation. She holds a Bachelor of Arts degree and an honors degree, and is presently working towards completing her master's degree. Her co-presenter is Ms. Tamara Goliath. She is a driven young South African female poised to immerse herself in the dynamic world of academia with a commitment to excellence and effective communication. She thrives in collaborative environments and also relishes the task of tackling individual projects as a form of growth. Eager to explore education and administration, she seeks opportunities to contribute meaningfully and expand her horizons in the academic sphere. Thank you so much for your presence, Ms. Tamara and Pearl Erasmus. Over to you. Remember, you have 10 minutes to present. And at the 8th minute, I will turn on my camera just to let you know that you have 2 minutes left. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Good morning, everybody. It's good to be home in this sense, sitting far away here in France. And yes, we are very excited to share our findings to execute the UN SDG goal in leaving no one behind. And we have found that it would work better through workshops instead of just doing interviews. And the idea was to examine the critical role of higher education institutions in advancing the United Nations. Mel, can you please share the screen? Thank you. Thank you. Can we go to slide 2, please? As I said, the idea is to examine the critical role of higher education institutions in advancing the UN SDG goal by exploring and raising awareness of the SDGs and their role in higher education institutions. And for this, we use the medium of workshops and how to bring people together from different spheres, from different faculties into one space to see how we can raise this awareness of the SDGs through interdisciplinarity. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. You can put all three up there. Thank you. The goal was to explore the role, as I said, of the higher education institutions in advancing the SDGs. And then the methodology used were workshops as compared to interviews. And the focus of the workshops were aimed to create an awareness of how the mundane work of different stakeholders in the university space can contribute to reaching the SDG goals and how they can apply the information. Thank you, Mel. So societies across the globe have been plagued by varying social ills, which in some instances have resulted in declining economies and gross human rights violations, despite widely ratified treaties dating back half a century and more, attempting to address these issues. Many countries are still vastly challenged with these social challenges. Hence, the UN came together and decided to put out these goals to see what we can reach by 2030, and especially in the higher education space. Thank you. Thank you. You can put all of them up there. The first one about these social issues, societies we all know, we live in them, face various social ills, including declining economies. The biggest one is the human rights violations that is happening right now as we are having this research week. The declining economies, we only have to look at our percentage of unemployment to understand how grave our situations are across the globe. The UN issued the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and a call to action to address social issues and improve living conditions. We have, if I calculate correctly, something like 6 years left to implement the goals of the UN. And to meet it in a shorter time frame, it is important for us to work interdisciplinarity. The SDGs are interconnected objectives seeking to achieve global peace and prosperity. And so we have realized that if we bring all, in our instance at the University of the Western Cape, when we bring all faculties together, when we bring law into the space of CHS and education and arts, we all realize that we can work interdisciplinary to bring these SDG goals to fruition. Thank you. By creating awareness through workshops and using the opportunities where participants can learn from each other and share knowledge, we were able to highlight the impact of our research on reaching the SDG goals. We find the work-based research was better for us in a workshop setting, where a platform was created for interactive learning, knowledge sharing, and collaborative problem solving. The impact that it will have on the SDG goals, it can effectively raise awareness and promote action toward us achieving the SDGs. For the knowledge creation and awareness generated through workshops, it differs from the traditional research methods like interviews. Thank you. And the methodology we use, it was structured on a case study analysis to use workshops as a tool. And the workshops aim to assist participants in understanding their role in contributing to driving SDGs, especially in our institution, but also in other institutions when we partner with them through projects that we work on collaboratively. And the workshops were run by 2 academics to illuminate the SDGs and the alignment of the work of participants to the SDG goals. And an SDG set of cards was used as a tool to highlight the relevant goals and their targets. Can we go on, please? So we had 5 workshops that we drew information from, where we handed out to get the information. We not interviewed, but we took all the information from 11 mid-careers over 5 workshops dated from November 2022 to June 2023. 11 mid-career academics, 5 leading researchers, 10 research administrators, 5 community organizations, and then research leads and their teams at the university. And the focus was identifying research goals and alignment with the SDGs. And then expounding on research goals, aligning them with the SDGs, and then identifying the gaps. Investigating roles in contributing to SDGs and identifying the relevant goals. It was also to align their work and outreach to the SDGs, and aligning their research with the SDGs, and then identifying gaps in their teams. And the most beautiful thing that came out was that people could identify the need for other faculties other than their own to come and work collectively on projects that is out there in the world. Of all the wicked problems that we encounter, we realize that in a shorter period, if we work together, we can address these challenges. Thank you, Mel. The significance of this study demonstrated that workshops, the practicality thereof as a methodology for generating responsiveness to SDGs and harnessing a real transformative change to leaving no one behind by 2030 has really made a great impact when we were doing these workshops, to the point where others spoke about it to those who was not being in there. And the request for running workshops is great at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pearl and Ms. Tamra. Really an important and insightful presentation on the SDGs and how it can be integrated into research and education, especially towards 2030 and beyond. I'm not seeing any comments, but anyway, I'm not taking them for now. I would really want to encourage the academics and the panelists to provide their comments and questions in the chat box, as well as the Q&A box. We will take them after the last presentation for this session. So,
Dr. T?
Yes?
We had a few slides left. I think there's 3 of them. Can we just come to the conclusion thereof? Or are you looking at the time?
I thought you had concluded. Okay, it's fine.
No, I did not.
Time? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mel, can you put it up for us, please? Thank you. As I was saying, the results, it brought in an enhanced understanding of the SDGs in that participants gained a deeper understanding of the SDGs and the interconnectedness. And the beauty of it all is that lecturers will take it back to the classroom. And now we have a top-down approach to bringing the SDGs into our work as the researchers. It strengthened transdisciplinary learning and fostered interdisciplinary learning and collaboration amongst participants. And participants were better able to align their research and their work with the SDGs. Thank you, Mel. Then also, workshops provided opportunities for networking and collaboration amongst partners. Right now, we are at an international conference, and to see the SDGs being enacted on live stages is mind-blowing. And so the beauty of it is the fact that participants are able to make sense of their work through the lens of the SDGs. And then what we have up next, Maria. Yes. You want to speak to it?
I would just like to go slightly back, but you don't have to go back to the slide. But I do want to say that universities are the fundamental agents in the process of transformation towards sustainability. And there's definitely an urgency to tackle these complex challenges posed by the expanding of SDGs within our communities, and it's growing all the time. And we are definitely running out of time, as you have mentioned, Paul. We've only got 6 years left, so we've got a lot to do. And as higher institutions or higher education institutions, we have to inspire both academics and students to wholeheartedly engage themselves, to demonstrate the concerns that they have, and also to take prompt action during this critical decade that we have of action. And to just conclude, this research has constituted as an exploratory study that unlocks the way forward for research that reflects on how collaborative learning enhances the level of knowledge of the SDGs and the perception of the importance thereof. And it's obviously demonstrated in our pictures. As you can see, there's been many workshops where we've gone from the higher institution space also to the communities, also to different spaces where we are really trying to push the agenda of SDGs. And we can only do so much for the 6 years that we have left, but we are really trying our best to make that happen and to make it possible. And I do believe that with pushing this agenda, we can really see that in all spheres, in all spaces, that we do contribute to SDGs. Our daily living, it speaks to the no poverty, it speaks to the zero hunger, it speaks to SDG 3, which is our good health and well-being. We can't say that we don't know, or our projects or our research doesn't align. It's when we have these sit downs and when we have these moments of engaging and we have these workshops, that's when we realize that these faculties, that different researchers can actually come together, and there is definitely a common goal that we can reach with this agenda. And thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. T.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I would like to move on to the next presenter, who is presenting on a leader-based augmented reality implementation for library tours. On behalf of Mr. Andrew, we have Adolf Kapoko Mojapelo. If you are in the room, may you please begin to share your presentation, and please note you have 10 minutes to present. At the 8th minute, I will turn on my camera to let you know that you have 2 minutes left. Thank you. Okay, will you please switch on your mic? We can see your slides. Now you've moved out of it.
Apologies for that. I had to come out. Give me 1 second. Let me just go back quickly. Okay. Can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you for the introduction. My name is Kapoko Adolf Mojapelo, and I'll be presenting our paper called LiDAR-based AR implementation for library tours. So this was written as a proceeding for the IST conference and 2024. So without any further ado, I'll go into the paper. So the motivation behind this paper, essentially, we saw that there was a gap in literature among emerging technologies in academic libraries in particular. And then we're also trying to address the limited awareness of the library resources and services, specifically focused on the UWC library. Okay. Now, the research objectives behind this paper is that we developed a mobile application, so a prototype for the UWC Academic Library. And the goal of this application was to provide an immersive, real-time experience for the students and for staff. And the goal was to highlight the various resources and services that the library provides for students in order to address this limited awareness and also contribute to the gap in emerging technology for academic libraries. Now, just some background behind this title, right? So LiDAR technology. So what LiDAR is, it's essentially a laser technology for 3D environmental mapping. And to put this simply is that when you take a picture, right, that actually takes a 2D image for for LiDAR, it takes a 3D, so it adds depth to whatever image. And this is normally used for industrial purposes. And I'm going to go into more detail about the application in this instance. And then augmented reality, it's essentially overlaying virtual content onto the real world. So we're able to take digital items or pieces and then show them in the real world. And then LiDAR technology can bridge the gap between physical and digital realities. Now, in terms of the methodology, so I want you guys to take a look at the image on the right here, right? So this is an example of a LiDAR scan. So this is the actual library. If you can see, here's the knowledge commons, the atrium, and the actual foyer. And this was actually captured using an iPhone 12 Pro. And normally, LiDAR expenses are known to be expensive and are very big. And the fact that we now have this technology available on our smartphones is actually quite captivating. So what you're seeing here, it's actually the architecture behind the application, right? So if we step to the left over here, this actually covers how this application was built. So this application was built in the Unity game engine, and we used a Vuforia engine software development kit in order to be able to capture the geographical landscape of the library. And to simplify this, what this means is that when you get to the library and your phone has its camera out, it's able to recognize that I am here at the library, and therefore I should take out these augmented reality digital images or information, right? So for the data collection, we had to actually do a scan of the library. So we scanned the area that you saw here, specifically Knowledge Commons, Atrium, and the foyer. And then we deployed this application into two phones, so the Samsung A32 and the Samsung S20 for testing. And then the second part of the data collection is that we had to collect contextual information. What is this contextual information? So this is information pertaining to the different services that the library provides, right? So where are the printers? How do you use the printers? Where is the knowledge common? Where do you access the knowledge common? What can you do at the knowledge common? How do you book a computer? How do you book a meeting room, right? So that's the contextual information. And then we integrated this using the Unity game engine, as I did mention. And then for the testing, we had to do quality testing to make sure that it works on the devices that we deployed to. And then localization was another test. So what localization is, it's essentially the phone knowing that it's at the location that it's supposed to be. So if you use this app in any other location except for the library, you will not see the augmented reality images appearing. Therefore, you will not be able to do a tour. So that's a very important key thing in testing this application. And then also that the information that we provide is actually reliable and adheres to the library standards. And this took place with a lot of meetings with the library personnel. Now, for the outcomes, I'm going to play a video. It takes 1 minute, and then I'm going to explain what's happened just for you to see visually what this application can do.
In AR mode, we are able to see different sections in the library. If you just take a walk, you can identify the bathroom facilities by just following the arrows on the floor. You can also see printing facilities, PC usage. Remember that if your device is not localizing or showing any signs, please just slow it down. It just means you're moving too fast. Allow your device to be able to recognize the scene it is at and also localize. Number 5, you're able to see loans, general reference desk, and also security. Wherever you see a help desk icon, please know that you are able to talk to the personnel there. They'll be able to help with any needs. Follow up the ramp for the knowledge commons, where you'll be able to actually book a computer, able to print, able to book a meeting room, able to actually facilitate.
All right, cool. So that just gives the idea of what this application can actually do. And as you can see, this is the actual library at the university. So for the quality testing, we found that it does provide that uniform augmented reality experience, meaning that a fusion between digital and physical, right? And then it also adapted to the user's real-time location. So when we got to the library, it was able to recognize that I'm at the library, and therefore please produce these images. And then the information was accurately overlaid at the specific locations within the library. And we paid careful calibration to making sure that these visuals don't impede the user movement, meaning that there has to be, you think about the sizing and the opacity of the different images so that a user can be able to navigate freely. Right, cool. So for the next slide, so for the localization, we found a limitation in the localization is that when it gets dark, it does not localize anymore. So your phone does not recognize that it's at the library. So it only works when the lighting is actually quite bright during the day. And then also we found that when you move too fast with the phone, you lose localization. And essentially when you move too fast, you're not able to see all these different information items that are here on the screen. So this is a scan for the library again, but this time you see the AR contextual information being overlaid within the library itself. So meaning that anytime you're with your phone and you're walking around, you will see these items directing you. For accuracy and measurement testing, we saw that there was a seamless integration within the space, and then it precisely aligned the assets with actually the policies and how different services are booked. So if in terms of booking your computer or booking the meeting room, the knowledge common, this was cleared out with the library personnel, and then we did discuss that this would be appropriate to use in the application. And then, like I mentioned, the opacity and the size of the different AR objects was quite important to make sure it does not impede user movement. And then in terms of other implementation challenges that we incurred is that this application takes a lot of CPU, then also because scanning LiDAR is quite massive, right? So it takes a lot of space in devices because the library is quite big. So therefore, that was another, this is a need to optimize so that the application works faster. And then also we also need to also address the localization under certain conditions such as poor lighting and also seeing how to adjust for the speed. And then also another challenge is that the integration with the actual contextual information, we need a lot of meetings or quite a number of meetings with the library personnel to make sure that the policies adhere. And then a question came out from the conference saying that how do we bring this AR navigation tools to the market, right? So the one thing is that the application has to be better optimized, right, in terms of being fast, and also has to be a bit more user-friendly, right? And then marketing opportunities are required. So we need to market and raise awareness of the application and what it can do. Collaboration between academic institutions, libraries, and other educational organizations should be there to promote the app to students, faculty, and the library patrons. And then also this kind of technology can be adapted to users beyond the library. So this can be applied to think about indoor navigation in malls or in real estate. Think about it on a bigger campus setting whereby it's able to help learners to navigate and learn the campus in a short number of times. So there's so many other uses for LiDAR technology beyond this application. And then just for the conclusion, so ultimately we built the prototype app for the UWC library to address limited awareness and services within the UWC library, and we show that it did provide a uniform experience, an AR experience. It does provide accurate point cloud data, meaning that it's able to actually geolocate, so it knows where it's at. And then we saw that there's drawbacks in localization in terms of poor lighting, and then that it takes a lot of CPU utilization. And then we found that we need to do more research in terms of addressing those limitations that we've identified in the applications. And this contributes also to the sustainable growth in education, meaning that we want to contribute to the body of knowledge in terms of, academic libraries and emerging technologies. And with that, I say thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Mr. Adolf. Very insightful indeed on the role of technology and augmented reality in improving user experiences, especially with the library. We don't have much time. We do have some questions and comments in the chats, but we'll take them after our last presenter. We have today with us, thank you so much, Ms. Edith Shikumu, for availing yourself. Edith Shikumu, while I introduce you, you may please kindly turn on your camera and share your presentation. Ms. Edith Shikumu is a professional, has a master's degree in gender studies from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She is a professional officer in the National Research Foundation, and she has experience in gender mainstreaming field and science policy interface. Presently, she is a professional officer in human and infrastructure capacity development within the NRF, and she's responsible for overseeing among many funding instruments, including the emerging researcher programs, freestanding innovation and skills postdoctoral fellowships, and the New Generation Academics program. Over to you, Ms. Shikumo.
Thank you so much for having me, much appreciated. I trust you can both see me, hear me, and see my presentation.
Yes,
okay, thank you. So I noticed the stream of the presentations focus on a research project, but we are not presenting on a research study per se. Given that we are a research and granting agency, I think our work by virtue of this becomes a continuous research project, as the data we generate informs how we fund and responses to the NSI space to shift ways of thinking and doing or augment these efforts. So I think it's in line with the session, and thanks for having us. So my presentation will focus on transforming education through a grant-making perspective, given that we are generally a grant-making research organization. Go to the next slide. So the NRF, I think most of us assume that we know the NRF, but sometimes you realize that people don't. So the NRF is a statutory body that was established with an NRF Act number 23. And so our mandate is embedded in the four areas as indicated, advancing knowledge, and this is through the support for research and infrastructures thereof and research equipment, primarily transforming lives through our support for bursaries and grant-making functions. We also aim to inspire a nation, again, transformatively, through informing science for society, through science education, awareness, and communication, but also assisting strengthening the NSI space through the collaborative efforts we have with our partners and parent ministry, that's ESI, and some extent DHET. So our vision and mission is clearly embedded in the session's topic as transformation. And so we see research for a better society. We don't see research just for research because it doesn't work in a silo. So we see knowledge and research as at the center for national development. The utility thereof is supposed to assist to reach goals which the nation wants to ensure. We see that our success factors are embedded in transformation, impact, excellence, and sustainability. And for the purposes of this session, I'll focus mostly on transformation. So the remit of the NRF in transformation is an important one because of the role that we play in the national system of innovation. This is in concert or consensus with our parent ministry, DSI, but also DHET and other stakeholders in the space. We also then demarcate this through the support for research that we do through funding, but also through the building up of human resource development within the academic space, and also provision of research facilities through the infrastructure that we support and fund. And so we'll see that through the presentation, the agenda transformation is a key deliverable of the NRF. And part of our key documents speak to this and attest to this. So we'll see transformation to the profiles of the South African research workforce. We also see transformation to the knowledge enterprise in terms of what knowledge we produce and who produces the knowledge and what end it serves. We also see this to the relationship between science and society, but also just building a diverse and inclusive space as an organization. So we see that it's not a simplistic issue. It is systems-based because also of the country's historical past. But from a granting perspective, we see transformation in terms of the equity profile of the research workforce in the country. And that is where my presentation is going to focus on today, because as I said, there are other areas in which NRF plays, but I'll focus on the granting perspective. So our transformation lens is sort of four-pronged. We see this through the people who undertake and support research endeavor, support postgraduate students, researchers, and the support for professionals as well. So we try and inform and advance this through who and how we fund. Also see this through the research undertaken, which advances knowledge production and dissemination. So this affects the knowledge enterprise as a whole. We also see transformation through the relationship between science and society And as I indicated before, we don't see science as playing within a silo or a vacuum, but we see science being enacted in our society. And then lastly, we see this within the organization in terms of building a space that is transformative. And so we do this basically based on a set of choices that we make, but not just self-imposed choices. These policy frameworks or different reports or different plans that are streamed from the government, but also because we ourselves have a large data field and we respond to how we funded in the past and in response to how we need to fund going forward to affect the country positively. Some of the instruments or policy choices that we do respond to are as indicated below, and I'll speak to some of them. So, as noted, we don't just, the agenda we follow is adopted from the ministerial guidelines 2013, and we have adopted this over the years, given that the year that this was first enabled in 2013. And so the fundamental principles underpin these guidelines were representative, informed efficiencies, and prioritization of science, engineering, and technology-related disciplines. And so you'll see from whichever space NRF funds that these three principles become fundamentally our funding instruments and frameworks. There were also equity targets that were assigned to these guidelines, and these were at that point in time responding to ensuring that we fund South Africans who are citizens and to certain degrees. So you'll see within the race category, we have 80% Black, within the gender space, 55% women, and of course 4% with disabilities. But because we don't function within an island, we also need to respond to a level of how we engage in the global space, and we do fund a percentage international researchers. And you'll see all our instruments sort of adopt these guidelines, and as the years have progressed, we have adapted either upwards or downwards to align with the current conditions. So as indicated, most of our transformation agenda is derived from our two instruments, that is the NRF annual performance plan, as well as our strategic plan. So because of the, this was both documents that are coming to an end in next year. And so we're in the process of reviewing and seeing what we need to adopt and what we need to align to. But these two documents are very key and informative in how we have responded to the research granting space in the country in the last 5 years. So other than just those two documents, a suite of documents and policy frameworks or reports that continue to inform and assist us in terms of how we do our grant making processes. So a few of them are our Vision 2030 document. We also do reviews of our funding instruments, and we'll see some for the SACHI, for example, that informs how we fund some instruments and what we need to do in the next few years. We also then look at how science and society have engaged, and this the NRF engaged research framework has responded to the guidelines. We also look at how we are building a research cohort, and our ratings categories framework responds to that as well. And we also look at how science impacts society because of the knowledge enterprise. And so our NRF framework to advance the societal and knowledge impact of research informs that. And these are not all of them, these are some examples that I chose to show today. So in terms of human capital pipeline, given the transformative agenda, we look at growing the research cohort from the next generation stage, and this is the postgraduate level, your honors, master, doctoral stage, and ensuring that we are sort of enabling that start point and growing that cohort so that these are able to become leading scholars. And so the different stages that we fund from the next generation cohort, emerging researchers, service researchers, and then your big grants or big programs that focus on your SACHI or your COE chairs and things like that. But we also work within a systemic environment and ensure that science engagement is at the forefront of all the research that we fund and also impacts positively on our society. So just this slide just gives a sense of some of the instruments. It's not all of them, just a sense of how our instruments play up within each of the different stages to enable that transformative agenda amongst each of the different levels of one's career stage. And so if we look at from the ground up, the postgraduate level, we have now what we call the DSI NRF postgraduate funding policy, which we began working on from 2020. And the idea was that there were challenges that we were facing in that space. We were getting low progression rates from honors to masters to doctoral studies. We were seeing long times to completion and advanced age at completion, which affects the progression to other career stages, your emerging researcher, and so on. We were seeing that there wasn't a transformation in that space. And also the current bursary values at that stage are not comprehensive or not, within the space that it was in, it wasn't enough for the grant holders. We are also not fully funding financially needy students, and so then they were, having to do other things to augment their studies. And also there was no policy synergy with NSFAS, and so we didn't working systematically. And so the idea behind this policy is that it transforms the next generation of researchers in line with our DSI partners. And so in some of the interventions that this policy has sought to do is to ensure that we have interactive study, that we can actually fund if you progress well and you are within the academic excellence level, and you can get a student funded from honors, masters to doctoral level, and then enable them to step into the emerging research and cohort. So we also prioritize full-time studies, and we don't fund part-time studies, so one can then advance within the required period of study. We also attach age limits to the different categories to ensure that one then, as a grant holder, is able to complete and enable them to continue in the next stage. And this is a bit contentious, but data informed this decision. Also then work in concert with NSFAS to ensure that we fund financially needy students and enable them to realize academic goals. Again, the equity targets, as per the ministerial guidelines, informs how we fund. We fund a percentage allocated to African citizens and permanent residents, as well as the race and gender factor is considered. We also then fund financially needy students or those with disabilities at full cost of study and not partial cost of study. So we see within the postgraduate funding policy, as we fund, we assign certain criteria to ensure that we are applying ourselves to the transformation agenda, to ensure that there is principles of equity, opportunity, representativity, prioritization, and enhancing access, success, and throughput through one's career stage at that particular level. And if you go into the next stage, which is the emerging researchers stage, we also realize that we need to support emerging researchers. And there are certain issues at that level that emerging researchers face. And there was a study by DHED that informed majorly some of the decisions that we took in how we fund emerging researcher instruments. So some of these are providing extension of tenure for funding instruments beyond the maximum period allowed, in case with some of our researchers, especially female researchers, that they take maternity leave during the period of granting. So we extend and provide increased funding for that duration, so they don't stop their funding, and they can go, take care of the children and come back and continue with the grant. We also provided a space within application forms for where our applicants can motivate periods away from active research, and this especially pertains to female applicants who need to take of time for family leave. Then we also as I said, aim to close the gender gap, and most of our instruments have a target for female awardees, which is set at 55%. We also, within our instruments, given that we need to assist emerging researchers improve and develop their professional capacities, we provide some of our instruments granting to ensure that they can onboard and attract postgraduate students. They can then supervise them and increase that element of their career needs. Also, then responding to the environment, realizing that there's some academic early career academics who are employed at institutions who don't have the necessary qualifications, and that's a PhD qualification. And so we ensure that to some of our instruments, we have a PhD track that assists this early career academics to get then the necessary qualifications so that they can increase their research outputs, as well as to capacitate them to take on and supervise students. We also then, through our instruments, we target disability targets and also provide an amount for an assistive device, as well as have supportive programs that support our HDIs. So lastly, looking now at our transformative space within the now what you call the leading researchers, and this is just within the rating space, because there are some arguments, pros and cons about ratings, but we realize we need to have a robust instrument that actually gets and rates our researchers. And so then we are working towards, given the difficulties faced in terms of an aging cohort, and given the country's history, we find that there's an imbalance between the race and the gender of our leading researchers. So we need to enable a space for our researchers to grow. So we're aiming to grow the current rated researchers from female space 37% and a male category of 62%, and growing that space to ensure equity. Looking at the population group as well, in terms of the gender, we also, in terms of the race, sorry, we look at the fact that we are also increasing our gender participation for Black, and that is African, Indian, colored, and having that also at an equitable space, as well as the age category, to ensure that we, you know, as much as we're having an aging cohort, enabling the space to regenerate and refresh and growing researchers who are rated within that space. And lastly, we provide opportunities for our students and researchers to access international opportunities, so they can go abroad for short periods of time, between 3 to 18 months, and also just engage their research with other partners, build those collaborative partnerships, and also just benchmark their research with other partners out of the country. As indicated, lastly, we also then work to ensure that we have an engaged research framework, ensure that our researchers speak to and address some of the major challenges we have. Previous speakers talk about the SDGs, talk about the need to engage, and so then we fund through this framework, obviously following the decadal plan, but ensuring that we actually enable our researchers to research with potential impact. So just because we have to assist our applicants apply, this is the mode of application for our funding instruments, most often in February. We do submit applications online in the NRF Connect system and not manually. So please go in, register your profile, update it, and wait for the calls to open. We have our funding frameworks and application guides on the website. So please engage the documents and see what instrument appeals to you. In terms of the emerging researcher space, these are the colleagues who deal with the different instruments, and you can contact us at any given time. So thank you. I hear Dr. T. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chikuma, for your time. I know that you have a very busy schedule, so we really appreciate you taking the time to share with us what are some of the funding opportunities and the NRF's commitment to fund research. As you know, that is the backbone of universities and our research productivity. We've come to the end of our session, and I've noted that we do have some few questions and answers and comments. I'm going to go to the chat box where there is a question for Ms. Annalisa. If I'm Alfred, who says, thanks, Annalisa, for the presentation. With regards to the challenges you identified, are there possible solutions? Secondly, is the notion or pressure to publish or perish? Okay, that comment has just disappeared. So maybe if you can comment on that, what is your
Okay, okay, Doc, I got the questions.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I wouldn't say that I have an answer to what the solutions are, but what I would encourage is together as a community, we can commit ourselves into looking at solutions that are applicable at the time. Because, for example, if I do say I do have solutions to contribution or advancing open science, those solutions may perhaps be applicable for the period from now, and in the next 5 to 10 years, those solutions may not necessarily be relevant and applicable. So that's why I would respond by saying we just need to commit into re-evaluating current practices and methods and review our policies to check if there's any advancements that are needed so that we have practical working solutions for specific periods. Then in terms of the publish and perish notion, I think what is important is what do we do with the knowledge that we generate? So if there is a pressure for academics, students, and everyone to publish, I wouldn't say that is a problem, but up until we do something with the knowledge that is being generated. So yes, we may have the quantities of how many items or research outputs that come out or generated by UWC, but how we apply the research findings from all those outputs into social impact is what matters to me. So yeah, that would be my response regarding the two questions.
Thank you very much for that. There's also a question for Ms. Edith, since you are still in the room. It comes from Tabeleng to Ms. Edith. Thank you for your presentation. The question is, what is the thinking behind restricting your funding to a certain age? Do you not think that this could perpetuate further marginalization? I know Africans and those from rural areas, example, childhood, many work to look after families and to be able to raise funds to study. This means by the time one is doing a PhD or a master's or honors, they are a bit older. What are your thoughts?
Thanks for that question. I think it's the age limitation is one of the issues that we've been getting primarily throughout engagement with other partners, and something we can't run away from. Just as indicated before, most of our responses are not willy-nilly. We actually take it from an informed point of view where we look at the data in terms of how we funded, what the sort of the uptake is, but also the responses within the environment. And so the thinking behind this was responding to issues of throughput, where one can fund one from honors, master's, doctoral, and ensure that no one is enabled to analyze and get access throughout their studies. We're also looking at funding at full cost of study. Before one would fund low amounts to fund many more students, but people take longer in to study because they're supplementing the salaries and fees from other avenues. But also looking at the domino effect in terms of the career pipeline and what is happening around us. If you're looking at the emerging researcher cohort, what does who is an emerging researcher, and is there an age cap to an emerging researcher? And we find this between the ages of 35 and 40. And so then if we increase the age limitation, the kind of money is getting to that particular space, then what referred to as an emerging researcher. So then some of the opportunities again fall out and they're not attuned to them. So I think responding to all these issues, but being cognizant of some of these systemic issues that we face as a country. As indicated, this funding policy is has now been this is the 5th year of it being in play, and we're undertaking as a review in concert with the DSI to see how can we then respond if things has to change. How can you respond to the current environment and ensure that we don't leave out anyone from what we are trying to achieve? As indicated, this policy is supposed to enhance access, success, following principles of equity and opportunity. So if the policy is doing opposite of that, then we need to obviously change some things. But if it's achieving what it's supposed to achieve, how else can we then enable those who are out of the system to be then brought into the system? So we are taking that review report now, and to be able to respond to some of these challenges. But not an easy question to deal with, but I hope that we can have responses given the review we are aiming to undertake now.
Thank you so much for that response. I hope that it's received well by the person who posed the question and the rest of the panel. I think we've come to the end of the session now. I want to thank each and every single one of you for being here. I want to especially thank the technical team for the hard work to make this entire session a success. More importantly, I also want to thank each and every single of the presenters from Stream 1 on transforming, or One Health rather, and the last stream, which we are concluding now on transforming education. I think it's important for us to close with these questions, which are going to be food for thought for us. There is a few questions that Ntabeleng posed, and I think it's something that we need to reflect on in closing the session. So the question are, we are advised environment keeps deteriorating. What system that prevent the system from fully addressing the country's economic issues? Is the education system and current research directly proportional to making a difference in combating poverty in Africa? And last one, do you think decolonizing the current curriculum will in any means advance the country and Africa at large in addressing its issues? I think those are very pertinent questions in terms of what the theme of the Research Week is in relation to emerging economies for a better tomorrow. I think it's something that each of us needs to think about and see how we engage in research that responds to this and addresses the issues as raised by one of the panel members here. So at this juncture, I want to inform you that it's been a pleasure chairing the session and listening to all of the insightful and interesting presentations. The next session will resume at 1 o'clock and we'll commence with 3 MT presentations. Thank you so much. Over to you, technical team. Thank you.